What you lost made space, even though the emptiness may still feel too painful to call it space. And something better is coming closer, even if your heart cannot see its shape yet. Right now, you may only notice what is missing. The message that no longer arrives. The voice you expected to hear. The plan that did not happen. The door that closed before you were ready. The future you had already begun to picture. You may look at that empty place and think something has gone wrong. But an empty place is not always a ruined place. Sometimes life clears what your heart had become too tired to release. Sometimes what leaves creates room for peace that could not enter while you were still holding everything together. Sometimes an ending is not proof that you were forgotten. It is the quiet beginning of a life that no longer asks you to fight for what cannot meet you. You do not have to understand that tonight. You do not have to force gratitude for what hurt. You do not have to pretend that losing something important felt beautiful. It is okay to miss it. It is okay to feel confused. It is okay if one part of you still reaches toward what another part knows has ended. You are not weak because your heart remembers. You are not behind because you have not completely let go. You are learning how to stand in a new space without rushing to fill it. You are learning that silence does not always mean abandonment. You are learning that a closed chapter does not mean your whole life has stopped speaking. Let your breath soften. You are safe in this moment. Nothing needs to be solved right now. What left your life is no longer asking you to chase it through the night. What ended does not need another argument inside your mind. What could not remain does not get to decide what you deserve next. There is more life ahead of you than the part you lost. See, there is more love available than the love that could not stay. There are paths that have not yet met your feet. There are conversations that will not leave you doubting your worth. There are places where you will not have to become smaller to belong. Something better does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it comes closer as peace. Sometimes it comes as a clear boundary. Sometimes it comes as the first morning when you no longer check the closed door. Sometimes it comes as your own energy returning to you. And tonight, that return has already begun. You may have been carrying this loss in ways no one around you can fully see. Perhaps you still do everything you are supposed to do. You answer people. You finish your work. You smile when someone speaks to you. You move through the day as if nothing inside you has changed. But in the quieter moments, you feel the space. You feel it when the room becomes still. You feel it when something reminds you of how life used to be. You feel it when your mind travels toward a future that no longer exists in the form you expected. Sometimes you are not only grieving what happened, you are grieving what you believed would happen. You are grieving the words you thought would be spoken, the plans you thought would grow, the safety you thought you had found. The version of yourself you thought you would become beside that person, inside that opportunity, within that old dream. That kind of loss can be hard to explain. How do you describe missing a future that never fully arrived? How do you explain the weight of an empty place that no one else can see? You do not need to explain it here. Your heart knows what it has been carrying. Maybe you keep asking what you could have done differently. Maybe your mind returns to small moments and searches for the point where everything changed. Maybe you replay old conversations, looking for a sentence you missed, a sign you ignored, or a way you could have prevented the ending. That searching can feel like control. The mind believes that if it finds the perfect reason, the pain will finally become easier to hold. But sometimes there is no answer that can give you back what was lost. Sometimes the kindest answer is not hidden in the past. Sometimes the answer is the way you begin caring for yourself now. You were there for so much. You tried to understand. You waited longer than others knew. You gave chances. You held hope. You may have carried the emotional weight of 2 people, 2 plans, or 2 different futures. And perhaps no one noticed how tired that made you. You noticed. Your body noticed. Your heart noticed every time you said you were fine while something inside you was asking for rest. It is okay to admit that you wanted it to work. It is okay to admit that you still wish some parts had been different. Acceptance does not require you to erase your feelings. It does not ask you to call the loss good. Acceptance simply means you are no longer asking the past to become something it could not become. That is a quiet kind of freedom. You may not feel free yet. At first, freedom can feel like emptiness because you are no longer surrounded by the pattern you knew. Even a painful pattern can feel familiar. Even uncertainty can feel safer when it is the uncertainty you have lived with for a long time. The heart sometimes confuses familiar pain with home. So be patient with yourself. You are not only letting go of what happened, you are letting go of the role you played inside it. You may be releasing the person who always waited, the person who always explained, the person who accepted less and hoped it would become more. You may be releasing the part of you that believed love had to be difficult before it became real. That part of you does not need punishment. It needs tenderness. It needs to hear that you understand why it stayed. It needs to know that hoping was not foolish. It needs to know that caring deeply was not a mistake. You loved with the awareness you had then. You made choices from the place you were standing. Now you are standing somewhere new. And if a part of you wonders whether these words are truly meant for you, they are. You did not arrive here because you are weak. You arrived because something in you is ready to stop turning pain into a permanent home. You are ready to be met differently. You are ready to hear yourself more clearly. You are ready to believe that an ending can hurt without becoming the final meaning of your life. Take a moment and ask yourself gently, what am I tired of carrying that no longer belongs to my future? You do not need to force an answer. It may come as a word. It may come as a feeling. It may come as a deep breath that your body has been waiting to release. If one quiet word rises inside you, you may hold it close. You may even place that word in the comments as a small promise to yourself. Release, peace, trust, rest, freedom, whatever feels honest. There is no right answer. There is only your answer. You have spent enough time trying to understand why something could not stay. Tonight you can begin understanding what you need in order to stay with yourself. You need kindness. You need room to feel without being swallowed by the feeling. You need permission to stop performing strength. You need to know that sadness does not cancel hope. You need to know that missing what was does not mean you must return to it. You can miss someone and still protect your peace. You can remember a beautiful moment and still accept that the whole path was not right for you. You can honor what mattered without continuing to carry what harmed you. Both truths can live inside you. The past held something meaningful. The future can hold something healthier. You are allowed to stop choosing between those truths. Breathe naturally. Feel the support beneath you. You do not need to hold your body so tightly. The night is not asking you to make a final decision. It is only offering you a quiet place to loosen your grip. You are safe enough to soften. You are loved, even while your life feels unfinished. You are still worthy, even if someone failed to recognize your worth. You are still moving, even if the road ahead cannot yet be seen. The empty place in your life is not proof that nothing is coming. It may be the first place where something new can finally land. Let the first truth settle gently within you. I can release what ended without rejecting the love I gave. You do not have to become cold in order to move forward. You do not have to say that none of it mattered. You do not have to turn every tender memory into something shameful. The love you gave came from your heart. It showed your ability to care, to hope, to offer warmth, and to imagine a shared future. Those parts of you are not lost simply because the connection changed. You can carry the wisdom without carrying the wound in the same way. You can keep the tenderness and release the waiting. You can honor what you felt without asking the past to return and prove that your feelings were real. Your love was real because you experienced it. Its value does not depend on whether someone stayed. Let your heart hear this clearly. What ended does not make your love foolish. What changed does not make your care meaningless. You can let go without becoming someone who no longer believes in love. You can become wiser and remain soft. You can become careful without becoming closed. You can walk away from an old door while keeping your heart open to a healthier one. Your softness is not the problem. The places where you gave softness without receiving care are what taught you to protect it. You are allowed to protect what is gentle in you now. You are allowed to save your deepest energy for people, places, and choices that know how to meet it with respect. I am not less valuable because something could not remain. Something ending can create many questions about your worth. The mind may ask why you were not chosen, why the opportunity passed, why the promise changed, or why someone seemed able to move on before you did. But another person's choice is not a complete measure of you. A closed door does not know your full value. A changed plan cannot see every gift you carry. A person who could not meet you may have been limited by their own fear, timing, awareness, or capacity. Their limits do not become your identity. You are not reduced by what could not hold you. You are not made smaller by what failed to recognize you. You do not become unworthy when someone is unable to love with steadiness. Your value is not created by being kept. Your worth does not rise when someone approves of you or fall when they turn away. You were worthy before the beginning. You remained worthy during the confusion. You are worthy after the ending. Nothing that left had the power to take that truth with it. Perhaps you gave another person the job of showing you that you mattered. Perhaps you waited for an answer, a commitment, a return, or an apology because you hoped it would finally settle something inside you. But your worth cannot safely rest in hands that are uncertain. Bring it back to yourself. Bring it back slowly. You do not have to feel strong while doing this. Simply notice where you have been asking the outside world to confirm something your heart needs to learn from within. You matter. Your feelings matter. Your needs matter. Your peace matters. The way you are treated matters. You do not have to earn the right to expect kindness. You do not have to become easier to neglect in order to be loved. I am safe to stop searching the past for a different ending. The mind may return to old conversations because it believes the ending is still open for change. It may create new versions of what you could have said. It may imagine the perfect message, the right timing, or the moment when everything turns back toward you. This does not mean you are failing. It means your mind is trying to protect you from the truth that some things ended without giving you the comfort you deserved. But you do not have to keep reopening the same moment to prove that it hurt. You already know it hurt. Your body knows. Your heart knows. You can stop presenting evidence to yourself. The past does not need another trial inside your mind. You are allowed to close the inner courtroom. You are allowed to stop asking who was more wrong, who cared more, who should have acted differently, and what one final conversation might have changed. There may be truths you never receive from the person, place, or situation you lost, but you can still give yourself truth. You can tell yourself that you deserved honesty. You can admit that uncertainty exhausted you. You can recognize that your needs were real. You can accept that the ending came in a way you would not have chosen. And then you can decide that the lack of a perfect ending will not become a lifelong sentence. You are safe to stop searching. You are safe to let some questions remain unanswered. You are safe to turn your attention toward the life that is still here. I give myself permission to grieve without becoming my grief. Grief can move like changing weather. Some days it may be a quiet mist. Other days it may feel like heavy rain. Sometimes the sky may clear and you may think it has passed, only for another memory to bring the clouds back. There is nothing wrong with this. The heart does not move in a straight line. You do not have to judge the days when you miss what you believed you had released. A memory returning does not mean you have gone backward. A difficult morning does not erase the strength you found yesterday. Tears do not mean you made the wrong choice. Sadness does not mean you should return. Grief is not always a request to rebuild the past. Sometimes it is simply the heart releasing what it can no longer carry in silence. Let it move. You do not need to become afraid of your own feelings. A feeling can pass through you without becoming your identity. You can say, "This sadness is here, and I am also here. This ache is present, and there is still more to me than this ache. I can feel what I feel without giving the feeling control over my future." You are not grief itself. You are the space that can hold grief and still contain hope, breath, wisdom, and life. Your sadness is part of this moment. It is not the whole story of who you are. There is a quiet part of you beneath the pain that is still listening for life. That part is still here. It has not disappeared. It is waiting for your kindness. I release the need to make my pain look small. Perhaps you learned to hide your deepest feelings because you were afraid of being too much. Maybe people expected you to recover quickly. Maybe they told you to move on before your heart had found its balance. Maybe you smiled because explaining felt too tiring. Maybe you became quiet because you did not want anyone to see how deeply the loss had reached you. You do not have to hide from yourself. You do not have to say it was nothing. You do not have to compare your pain with someone else's pain and decide yours is not important enough to deserve care. Your heart does not need permission from the world to feel what it feels. You are allowed to admit that something changed you. You are allowed to admit that you are tired. You are allowed to say that you hoped for more. You are allowed to need time. Your pain does not have to become dramatic in order to be real. It can be quiet and still deserve tenderness. It can be invisible and still deserve rest. It can be hard to explain and still deserve understanding. Tonight you can stop making your own feelings prove their case. You can believe yourself. You can say, "This mattered to me, and I will care for the part of me that was affected." That is not weakness. That is self-respect. I no longer carry the job of convincing someone to value me. Think of how much energy it takes to prove yourself to someone who has already decided not to look deeply. Think of the messages you prepared in your mind, the ways you changed your tone, the needs you made smaller, the moments you accepted confusion because you believed patience would eventually turn it into care. You may have worked very hard to be understood. You may have offered more explanations, more chances, more softness, and more time. But real care should not require you to disappear in order to receive it. You do not have to make a perfect argument for why you deserve respect. You do not have to teach someone how to recognize your humanity while they repeatedly choose not to see it. You do not have to become endlessly patient with what keeps wounding you. You are allowed to stop presenting your heart for review. You are allowed to stop waiting for the person who hurt you to become the person who repairs you. You can return that responsibility to yourself, not because you caused the pain, because you are now the one with the power to protect your peace. Let the weight of proving fall away. You do not need to be more beautiful, more useful, more agreeable, more silent, more successful, or less emotional in order to deserve steady love. The right connection will not need you to erase yourself before it can hold you. The right place will not make you apologize for having needs. The right opportunity will not ask you to believe you are lucky to be poorly treated. You can stop convincing. You can begin choosing. I am allowed to outgrow what I once begged to keep. There may have been a time when you would have done almost anything to stop the ending. You may have prayed for another chance. You may have lowered your needs. You may have told yourself that a little attention was enough because losing it completely felt unbearable. Do not shame that version of you. That version was afraid. That version believed the loss would create an emptiness too large to survive. But you are beginning to see that you did survive. You are still breathing. You are still capable of feeling. You are still able to notice beauty, even if only for a few seconds. You are still able to imagine peace. The thing you once begged to keep may no longer match the person you are becoming. What once looked like the only door may now look too narrow. What once felt like love may now reveal how often you felt uncertain. What once felt like a dream may now show you how much of yourself you had to leave outside it. Growth can change what you are willing to accept. That does not make your past self foolish. It means your awareness has widened. You are allowed to look at something you once wanted and say, "I do not want to lose myself inside that anymore." You are allowed to outgrow the life you once believed would save you. You are allowed to become someone who wants peace more than familiar longing. You are allowed to want clarity more than occasional comfort. You are allowed to choose a life that fits the truth you know now. I can miss what was and still choose what is healthier. Missing something is not the same as needing it back. This is important. The heart may miss the familiar voice, the shared routine, the hope, the place, or the identity connected to what ended. But the heart can miss what was familiar, even when the familiar thing was not giving it safety. You can feel longing without turning longing into a command. You can notice the pull without following it. You can remember a gentle moment without rewriting every difficult one. You can honor the good without denying the cost. This is how you begin trusting yourself. You stop treating every emotion as an instruction. You allow the emotion to speak, and then you listen for the deeper truth beneath it. Maybe the feeling says, I miss them. The deeper truth may say, I miss feeling connected. Maybe the feeling says, I want that opportunity back. The deeper truth may say, I want to feel hopeful and useful again. Maybe the feeling says, I want my old life. The deeper truth may say, I want safety, belonging, and direction. Those deeper needs can be met in new ways. Connection can return through people who do not confuse you. Hope can return through paths you have not yet considered. Safety can grow inside choices that do not require you to ignore your own heart. You can miss the old form while becoming open to a healthier form. You can let the feeling be real without handing it the keys to your life. I release the belief that the best part of my life is behind me. Loss often turns the past into a bright room and the future into a dark hallway. The mind remembers what was familiar and forgets what was difficult. It gathers the warm moments and places them close together until the past appears more perfect than it truly was. Meanwhile, the future has no clear face yet. It can feel empty simply because you have not lived it. But unknown does not mean empty. The pages ahead are not blank because nothing is coming. They are blank because they have not yet been written. There are forms of peace you have never experienced. There are people who will understand parts of you that you once had to explain. There are mornings when your chest will feel lighter. There are choices you will make from self-trust instead of fear. There are small joys that cannot reach you while your attention remains completely tied to what ended. The best part of your life does not need to look like the part you lost. It may be quieter. It may be steadier. It may feel less like being swept away and more like finally standing on solid ground. It may not arrive with the intensity you once confused with love. It may arrive as consistency. It may arrive as respect. It may arrive as a life where you sleep without wondering what tomorrow will take from you. Do not measure what is coming by the shape of what left. Something better may be better because it is different. Your future is not required to repeat your past in order to contain beauty. I return my energy from every place where it is no longer received. Imagine all the attention you have sent toward what ended, the thoughts, the questions, the imagined conversations, the moments spent checking, waiting, remembering, or hoping for a sign. That attention is part of your life force. It is precious. You do not need to rip it away from the past. You can invite it home. Gently, little by little, you can call your attention back from the message that never came. You can call your hope back from the door that stayed closed. You can call your tenderness back from the hands that did not know how to hold it. You can call your future back from the person or plan you believed had to create it for you. Your energy belongs with you. It can return to your body. It can return to the room you are in. It can return to your own dreams. It can return to the simple acts of living that may have felt distant while you were emotionally waiting. Notice your breath. Notice the surface supporting you. Notice the temperature around your skin. Your life is happening here, not inside the old conversation, not inside the imagined return. Here, you are here. Your energy is welcome here. Your care is useful here. Your love can nourish you here. Every small moment of presence brings another part of you home. I trust that what is meant to meet me will not require endless chasing. This does not mean you never take action. It does not mean you remain still and expect life to do everything for you. It means your actions no longer need to come from panic. There is a difference between moving towards something and running after something that keeps moving away. There is a difference between showing interest and trying to earn basic care. There is a difference between working toward a dream and punishing yourself because the dream has not arrived quickly enough. What truly fits your life may still require courage, effort, honesty, and patience. But it will not require you to lose your dignity. It will not require you to spend every day wondering whether you are wanted. It will not require you to keep crossing your own boundaries in order to remain close. You can meet life halfway. You do not need to drag it toward you. You can speak clearly and let another person show whether they are able to respond. You can apply, create, learn, and prepare without deciding that every delay is a rejection of your worth. You can open a door without forcing someone or something to walk through it. There is peace in allowing life to answer honestly. Sometimes the answer is yes. Sometimes the answer is not this. Sometimes the answer is not yet. Each answer can guide you. You are learning that guidance does not always feel like getting what you asked for. Sometimes guidance feels like being stopped before you abandon yourself. I am free to stop measuring my worth by who stayed. People stay for many reasons. People leave for many reasons. Some remain because a connection is healthy. Others remain because change feels frightening. Some leave because they are not ready. Others leave because the path has reached its natural end. Staying alone is not proof of love. Leaving alone is not proof that you were unlovable. Your worth cannot be calculated through another person's presence. You may have seen someone stay physically while their heart was absent. You may have felt lonely beside someone who promised not to leave. You may have watched a connection continue long after tenderness disappeared. So do not worship staying. Look for presence. Look for honesty. Look for care that can be felt, not only promised. Look for the kind of connection where your nervous system does not have to remain alert for the next change. Look for effort that is not pulled out through pleading. Look for warmth that does not vanish each time you speak honestly. You are worthy of more than someone merely staying. You are worthy of being met. You are worthy of being considered. You are worthy of a place where your feelings are not treated as a burden. You are worthy of relationships where repair is posed. Civil and respect is normal. Who stayed is not the measure. How you were held matters. How you felt inside the connection matters. Whether you could remain yourself matters. I allow memories to soften without asking them to disappear. You do not need to erase the past to become free. Trying to force a memory away can make it return with more strength. The mind hears your resistance and decides the memory must be important. Instead, you can let memories become what they are. Small pieces of a life you have lived. Some may be warm, some may still hurt. Some may carry both beauty and pain inside the same moment. You do not have to choose one label for all of it. You can say, this happened, this mattered, this changed me, and it is no longer happening now. That last truth can bring you back to the present. It is no longer happening now. The conversation is not happening now. The waiting is not happening now. The ending is not happening now. You are remembering it now, but you are not inside it. You are here, breathing in a different moment. Let the memory move past like a distant train you can hear without needing to board. Let it pass through the edge of your awareness. You do not have to follow it to the same destination every time. Over time, the memory can lose its sharp corners. It may remain, but it will not always enter the room with the same weight. You are not betraying the past when the pain becomes quieter. You are allowing your life to continue. I am learning to recognize peace, even when it feels unfamiliar. If you have lived with uncertainty for a long time, peace may feel strange. You may mistake calm for emptiness. You may mistake steadiness for boredom. You may mistake a lack of emotional intensity for a lack of love. The body can become used to waiting for the next change. It can become familiar with checking, guessing, and preparing for disappointment. When nothing dramatic is happening, part of you may wonder whether something is wrong. Nothing is wrong. You are learning a new rhythm. Peace does not always create a powerful feeling. Sometimes peace is simply the absence of fear. Sometimes it is a quiet morning. Sometimes it is not needing to read between the lines. Sometimes it is knowing that a person means what they say. Sometimes it is choosing not to return to a situation that keeps reopening the same wound. Peace may feel plain at first. Let it be plain. Let it be steady. Let it show you that love does not need constant danger in order to feel alive. You are learning that calm can hold depth. You are learning that safety can be beautiful. You are learning that something good does not have to arrive through chaos. The healthier future may not create the same rush as the painful past. It may create room to breathe. That room is not emptiness. It is peace becoming familiar. I release the fear that letting go means I will be forgotten. Sometimes holding on is connected to a deep fear. If you stop thinking about it, will it disappear completely? If you stop waiting, will the person forget you? If you stop carrying the memory, will the meaning be lost? You do not have to keep hurting in order to prove that something mattered. Pain is not the only form of remembrance. You can remember through wisdom. You can remember through stronger boundaries. You can remember by choosing differently the next time life places a similar pattern before you. You can remember the love without repeating the loss. And being forgotten by someone else does not erase your existence. You are still here. Your life is still touching the world in ways you cannot fully measure. The kindness you offered did not vanish. The lessons you learned are still shaping your choices. The person you became through the experience is still growing. You do not need to remain emotionally trapped in order to stay meaningful. You can release the daily pain. You can allow the memory to become quiet. You can stop trying to remain present in the mind of someone who is no longer present in your life. Your value does not depend on being remembered by the person who left. Your value lives in the life you are still creating. I am allowed to protect the space that loss created. An empty space can create urgency. You may feel pressure to fill it quickly. A new person, a new goal, a new distraction, a new plan that keeps you from feeling the silence. But not every open place needs to be filled immediately. Some spaces need air, some spaces need time. Some spaces need to remain empty long enough for you to understand what you truly want there. You are allowed to protect this space. You do not have to offer it to the first thing that approaches. You do not have to accept familiar behavior because loneliness makes it look comforting. You do not have to return to an old pattern because the new life has not yet become clear. This space can become sacred in a simple human way. It can become the place where you rest, the place where you hear your own preferences, the place where you remember what you enjoy when you are not trying to keep someone else happy, the place where new standards begin to grow. Think of fresh ground after an old structure has been removed. The soil may look disturbed. There may be marks. There may be pieces that still need clearing, but the open ground is not useless. It is waiting for a wiser design. You do not need to build tonight. You can simply protect the land. You can refuse to place another unstable structure where your heart is still learning what safety means. I trust myself to notice what no longer feels right. You may have doubted yourself because you stayed after your inner voice became uncomfortable. Perhaps you saw signs and explained them away. Perhaps you felt tired but told yourself to be more patient. Perhaps you knew something was changing before anyone admitted it. Do not use this awareness to attack yourself. Self-trust does not grow through punishment. It grows when you begin listening now. You cannot return to Eve, every past moment, and choose differently. But you can honor the wisdom those moments gave you. You can notice when your body becomes tense around someone. You can notice when your needs are repeatedly dismissed. You can notice when your words and your inner feelings are moving in opposite directions. You can notice when you are doing all the emotional work. You can notice when hope has become an excuse to ignore reality. These signs do not always mean you must leave immediately. They mean you deserve to pay attention. You deserve to ask honest questions. You deserve to stop calling your discomfort unreasonable before you have listened to it. Your inner voice may be quiet. It may not give long speeches. It may simply say, "Something here does not feel kind." That is enough to explore. You are learning to become a safe person for your own truth. You are learning that listening to yourself is not selfish. It is how you stop abandoning yourself while trying to keep everything else. I no longer turn delay into proof that life has rejected me. Waiting can touch old wounds. A delayed answer may feel like being forgotten. A slow season may feel like failure. A closed opportunity may seem to confirm every fear you have carried about being behind. But delay is not always rejection. Sometimes the path is still forming. Sometimes you are still becoming ready for what you asked to hold. Sometimes a door remains closed because it leads toward another version of the same pattern. Sometimes life is not saying no to your desire. It is asking whether you are willing to receive it in a healthier form. You do not have to make every quiet season mean that nothing is coming. Roots grow where the eye cannot see them. The earth can look still while life is gathering strength underneath. Your own growth may be happening in ways that do not create immediate evidence. You may be learning to rest without guilt. You may be learning not to chase unclear people. You may be learning to make decisions without asking everyone else for permission. You may be learning to tolerate the unknown without returning to what harmed you. These changes matter. They prepare the ground. Do not call this season empty simply because the result has not appeared. You are not being left behind. You are being asked to walk at the pace of a life that can truly support you. I release every future that requires me to betray myself. Some futures look beautiful from far away, a certain relationship, a certain job, a certain home, a certain image of success. But as you move closer, you may realize the price is too high. Maybe the relationship asks you to stay silent about your needs. Maybe the opportunity asks you to live in constant fear. Maybe the dream asks you to become someone you do not respect. Maybe the future you once wanted was built around proving something to people who never truly saw you. You're allowed to change your mind. You're allowed to want a future that feels good inside your body, not only one that looks impressive from the outside. You do not have to keep pursuing a dream that requires endless self-rejection. You can choose a smaller life that feels honest over a larger life that feels empty. You can choose peace over performance. You can choose meaningful work over approval. You can choose relationships where truth is safe. You can choose a future where rest is part of success, not something you earn after breaking yourself. Release the image that demands your betrayal. There are other futures. There are forms of beauty that include you fully. There are dreams where your nervous system is not the sacrifice. There are connections where your honesty does not threaten belonging. You are not giving up on life. You are refusing to reach life by leaving yourself behind. I am becoming available to what can meet me with care. Availability is more than wanting something new. It is creating the inner room to receive it. You may say you want peaceful love, while part of you still feels drawn to uncertainty. You may say you want a new opportunity, while your mind remains busy proving that nothing works for you. This does not make you wrong. It simply means your inner world is still adjusting. Be gentle. You do not need to become perfectly ready. You can begin by noticing what care feels like. Care listens. Care does not punish honesty. Care allows repair. Care does not use your fear against you. Care does not make you earn every small sign of warmth. Care can be quiet. It can be a clear answer. It can be someone remembering what matters to you. It can be a place where your body does not prepare for rejection. You are becoming available to that. Each boundary creates more availability. Each time you stop chasing confusion, you create space for clarity. Each time you choose rest over emotional struggle, you teach your life what you are ready to receive. Each time you believe your own needs, you become more visible to yourself. Something better can come closer because you are no longer using all your energy to keep the wrong thing near. I can move forward without needing the past to agree with me. Part of you may still want approval from what ended. You may want the person to understand why you chose distance. You may want someone to admit what happened. You may want the old place to recognize what it lost. That desire is human. but your forward movement cannot depend on their agreement. Some people will misunderstand the boundary that protects you. Some will call your growth distance because they benefited from your lack of boundaries. Some may never recognize the effect their choices had on you. You can still move. You do not need a signed permission slip from the past. You do not need everyone involved to share your version of the truth. You need enough honesty to know what you experienced. You need enough self-respect to choose what happens next. Let them have their story. You can have your life. Let them remember differently. You can still protect your peace. Let him believe you should have stayed. You can know why you could not continue in the same way. Freedom sometimes begins when you stop explaining yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Your life does not need to remain still until everyone agrees that you deserve to move. I am not starting from nothing. I am starting from wisdom. After loss, it can feel as if everything has returned to zero. The plan is gone. The familiar structure has changed. The future must be imagined from the beginning. But you are not the same person who stood at the beginning before. You carry knowledge now. You know what silence can hide. You know what it feels like to ignore your own needs. You know the difference between a promise and a pattern. You know how deeply you can survive. You know what kind of treatment makes your spirit close. You know that love without safety can become exhaustion. You know that hope needs truth beside it. This wisdom is not nothing. It is a foundation. You are not walking into the future empty-handed. You carry clearer eyes. You carry stronger questions. You carry a growing ability to recognize when something does not honor you. You carry compassion for the parts of yourself that once accepted too little. You carry proof that life continued after a moment you believed would end everything. You are beginning from experience. You are beginning from awareness. You are beginning with a heart that has been hurt, but has not lost its ability to feel. That is not nothing. That is a quiet kind of wealth. I allow myself to become unfamiliar to my old pain. Pain can become part of a daily rhythm. You wake and remember. You check. You replay. You prepare for another wave. After enough time, the pain may feel connected to who you are. You may wonder who you will be when you no longer think about it every day. You are allowed to meet that new version of yourself. You are allowed to become someone who can pass an old place without losing the rest of the day. You are allowed to hear a familiar song and feel only a soft memory. You are allowed to stop checking. You are allowed to stop telling the story. You are allowed to wake with another thought first. At the beginning, peace may feel unfamiliar. You may reach for the pain because it is the old route your mind knows. Do not judge this. Simply return. Return to the room. return to the breath. Return to the life that is present. The old pain may knock. You do not have to build another home for it. You can let it visit and leave. You can say, I know this feeling, but it is not where I live now. Each return creates a new path in you. A path toward calm, a path toward self-trust, a path toward mornings that are no longer shaped by what ended. I choose to believe that my life can surprise me in kinder ways. You may have experienced enough disappointment to become careful with hope. Hope can feel dangerous when you have been let down. It can seem safe to expect nothing, because then nothing can catch you unprepared. But a life without hope can become another kind of loss. You do not need to hope loudly. You do not need to make promises about what tomorrow will bring. You can begin with a small opening. Life may still have kind surprises for me. There may be a path I cannot see yet. There may be a conversation that brings relief instead of confusion. There may be work that values what I naturally offer. There may be friendship that feels easy and true. There may be love that does not make me question my place. There may be a morning when I realize the loss no longer controls my inner weather. You do not have to know how. You do not have to know when. You only need to stop declaring that kindness is finished. The future has not given all its answers. There are people you have not met. There are parts of yourself you have not lived from yet. There are choices you will make with courage you do not currently know you possess. Let life keep some of its mystery. Not every unknown thing is a threat. Some unknown things are gifts moving toward you without noise. I am safe enough to rest before everything makes sense. The mind often believes understanding must come before rest. It says you can relax when you know why. You can sleep when you know what happens next. You can soften when every question has been answered. But some answers do not come to a tired mind. Some understanding arrives after you stop pressing against the problem. You are allowed to rest inside uncertainty. You are allowed to let the night carry what your mind cannot organize. Rest is not giving up. Rest is not saying the loss did not matter. Rest is giving your body permission to stop living as if the ending is still happening. Your jaw can soften before the explanation arrives. Your shoulders can lower before the future becomes clear. Your hands can become still before you know what they will hold next. You do not need complete understanding in order to be safe in this moment. Right now, you are breathing. Right now, the surface beneath you is offering support. Right now, nothing is asking you to chase what left. Let this moment be enough. The answer can wait. The future can wait. You can rest before the next chapter introduces itself. I welcome the return of my own life. Loss can make your days feel connected to someone or something that is no longer present. Your choices may be shaped by memories. Your mood may depend on whether you receive a sign. Your attention may remain fixed on a world that has already changed. But your own life has been waiting for you. Not with anger, not with pressure, with patience. Your own life is in the water you drink. It is in the room around you. It is in the small task you complete. It is in the music that belongs only to your taste. It is in the food you choose, the places you walk, the words you read, and the thoughts you begin planting. Your life is not only the big dream that ended, it is also these quiet pieces. Welcome them back. Let yourself enjoy something without wondering whether the person you lost would understand. Let yourself create a plan that does not include the old future. Let yourself discover what feels good now. You may have changed. That is allowed. The version of you returning from loss may want different things. Listen. Your life is not asking you to become who you were before. It is asking you to meet who you are now. I trust that the space before me can hold a better truth. You may not know what belongs in this space yet. That can be frightening. But the space is not your enemy. It is not proof of failure. It is not a punishment. It is an opening. A clear table before a new meal, a quiet page before honest words, a stretch of sky after a storm has moved beyond the edge of sight. The space can hold peace. It can hold stronger boundaries. It can hold a new idea. It can hold mornings where you no longer wake with the old fear. It can hold love that does not ask you to compete for basic care. It can hold work that uses your gifts without consuming your whole spirit. It can hold a relationship with yourself that no longer depends on being chosen by someone else. You do not have to fill the space tonight. Trust that it is capable of holding something true. Trust that your life can grow into it slowly. Trust that what comes next can be shaped by wisdom rather than urgency. You are not standing in nothing. You are standing in possibility that has not yet taken form. I am still whole while I am becoming someone new. Change can make you feel divided. Part of you may still belong to the old life. Another part may already be reaching toward what comes next. You may feel strong in the morning and lonely at night. You may feel clear one day and uncertain the next. This does not mean you are broken. It means you are crossing a threshold. The old identity is loosening. The new one has not fully settled. You are still whole within this movement. Wholeness does not mean you never feel conflict. It means every part of you is allowed to exist without being hated. The part that misses, the part that knows it is over, the part that feels relief, the part that feels guilty for the relief, the part that hopes, the part that is afraid to hope. All of them belong. You do not need to silence one part in order to listen to another. You can hold them with patience. Over time, they will begin moving in the same direction. For now, let yourself be human. Let yourself be unfinished. You are still whole while learning. You are still worthy while changing. You are still lovable in the middle of becoming. I choose not to confuse being alone with being abandoned. There may be quiet around you now. The quiet can feel large. Maybe you were used to a certain person, routine, home, or plan filling your attention. Without it, the hours may feel unfamiliar. But being alone in a moment does not mean life has abandoned you. You are still connected to breath. You are still held by the ground beneath you. You are still part of a world that continues to move even when your own heart asks for stillness. You can begin building companionship with yourself, not as a replacement for human connection, as a foundation for it. You can learn what calms you. You can learn what your body needs. You can notice which spaces make you feel open and which ones make you disappear. You can become someone whose own presence feels kind. Then, when new connection comes, you will not ask it to rescue you from yourself. You will invite it to meet a life that already has warmth inside it. Alone is a condition of a moment. Abandoned is a story fear may place around that moment. You can loosen the story. You can say, I am here with myself. I am listening. I am learning how to stay. I release the need to rush toward replacement. When something leaves, the empty place may create a hunger for immediate comfort. You may want another person, another dream, another plan, or another answer to prove the loss did not defeat you. But rushing can make familiar pain look like new hope. You are allowed to move slowly. You are allowed to ask whether what approaches carries peace or only distraction. You are allowed to watch how someone treats your boundaries before offering them your deepest trust. You are allowed to let an opportunity reveal its true cost. You are allowed to wait until your yes feels steady. There is no prize for filling the space first. There is no deadline for becoming attached again. There is no shame in needing time before your heart can recognize safety. Let new things arrive at a human pace. Let them show consistency. Let them become real through actions, not only through promises. The better thing coming closer may need room to reveal itself slowly. Do not force it into the shape of what you lost. Let it be new. Let it teach your heart another way to feel alive. I believe my needs can be met without losing myself. Perhaps you once believed love required sacrifice without limit. Perhaps you believed success required complete exhaustion. Perhaps you believed belonging meant becoming easy for everyone else. These beliefs may have kept you connected, but they may also have carried you far away from yourself. Your needs do not make you difficult. Wanting clarity does not make you demanding. Wanting respect does not make you ungrateful. Wanting time to rest does not make you lazy. Wanting to be considered does not make you selfish. Healthy needs create shape. They help life know how to meet you. You can speak them with warmth. You can allow others to respond honestly. You can walk away when the response repeatedly shows that your well-being has no place there. You do not have to choose between connection and self-respect. The right connection will make room for both. You do not have to choose between meaningful work and your health. You can seek a path that values both. You do not have to choose between love and peace. Love that is right for you will not demand the permanent loss of peace. Your needs can be met without your disappearance. Hold that possibility gently. Let it become more familiar. I allow what is coming to be gentler than what has passed. You may expect the future to arrive with struggle because struggle has been familiar. When something good approaches, you may search for the hidden danger. You may wonder when it will change. You may prepare for loss before you have allowed yourself to receive. This response once tried to protect you. Thank it. Then remind yourself that not every new thing carries the old ending. Some people remain steady. Some opportunities unfold with support. Some changes happen without breaking you. Some forms of love feel like a warm room, not a storm you must survive. You are allowed to experience good without constantly preparing for its disappearance. You are allowed to enjoy a kind moment without asking how long it will last. You are allowed to receive help without planning how to repay your right to be supported. Let the future be gentler. Do not demand that it prove itself through pain. Do not reject peace because it does not create the same intensity. Gentleness can be deep. Calm can be meaningful. Steady love can reach places that dramatic love never touched. Something better may come closer without noise. It may enter as ease. It may stay as trust. It may grow through small moments that do not ask you to suffer before you believe them. I am ready to stop carrying endings into every beginning. The past may try to enter new rooms with you. A new person speaks, and you listen for the old tone. A new opportunity appears, and you prepare for the old rejection. A new day begins, and you expect the old heaviness. This is understandable. Your mind learned through experience. But experience is not prophecy. You can let the past offer wisdom without giving it complete control. You can ask better questions. Is this person actually repeating the old pattern, or is fear expecting them to? Is this situation unsafe, or is safety simply unfamiliar? Is the door truly closing, or am I protecting myself before it has fully opened? You do not need to ignore warning signs. You only need to look at what is happening now, not what happened before. Every beginning deserves to be seen clearly, not worshipped, not feared, seen. You can enter slowly. You can keep your boundaries. You can allow trust to grow through evidence. You can remain present enough to notice when something is different. The new life does not need to pay for the mistakes of the old one. I trust the part of me that kept going. There is a part of you that continued through every difficult day. It may not have felt brave. It may have moved slowly. It may have cried, doubted, rested, and wondered whether it could keep carrying the weight. But it kept you here. Honor that part. Honor the way you woke up after nights when your mind would not become quiet. Honor the way you completed small tasks while your heart felt heavy. Honor the way you kept caring even when you felt unseen. Honor the way you searched for words that could help you understand. Your strength may not look like a bright flame. It may look like a root beneath winter soil, hidden, still, holding life until the season changes. That quiet root is within you. You do not have to force it to grow faster. It knows how to stay connected to life. Trust it. Trust the part of you that knows how to take the next small step. Trust the part that brought you to this moment. Trust the part that is listening now and recognizing that the story is not over. I am allowed to receive a future that does not resemble my loss. You may imagine healing as getting back what disappeared. The same relationship restored, the same plan repaired, the same version of yourself returned. But healing may create something different. You may not become who you were. You may become more honest, more careful with your energy, more aware of what peace feels like, more willing to leave what asks you to shrink. The future may not return what was lost in the same form. It may offer a new kind of belonging, a new purpose, a new way of loving, a new sense of home inside yourself. Do not overlook what is better because you are waiting for what is familiar. The future can surprise you through a shape you did not request. It can answer a need you had not yet learned to name. It can show you that what you were asking for was only one version of what your heart truly wanted. You wanted to be chosen. Perhaps the deeper need was to be safe while being known. You wanted that opportunity. Perhaps the deeper need was to feel useful, respected, and alive. You wanted the old life. Perhaps the deeper need was stability, connection, and meaning. Those needs can be answered in more than one way. Keep the door of possibility unlocked. I no longer call myself difficult for needing honesty. Honesty may have threatened people who were comfortable with confusion. Your questions may have felt inconvenient to someone who benefited from keeping things unclear. Your need for truth may have been called pressure because the other person did not want to answer. That does not make your need wrong. You are allowed to know where you stand. You are allowed to ask what someone means. You are allowed to notice when words and actions do not match. You are allowed to choose distance when the truth remains hidden behind repeated excuses. Honesty creates safety. It gives the heart something solid to stand on. Even a difficult truth can be kinder than endless uncertainty. You do not need everyone to speak perfectly. You need willingness. You need openness. You need the sense that your questions will not be punished. You are not difficult for wanting that. You are not too much because you cannot live peacefully inside constant doubt. The better life coming closer will not require ye. How to call confusion love. I let my heart open at the speed of trust. You do not have to force openness. You do not have to prove you are healed by becoming available before you feel ready. Your heart can open slowly. It can watch. It can listen. It can notice whether someone is consistent. It can notice whether an opportunity respects your limits. It can notice whether your body becomes calmer over time. Trust is not created by a beautiful first moment. It grows through many small moments that agree with each other. A promise is followed by action. An apology is followed by change. Care remains present when things become uncomfortable. Your heart is allowed to wait for this evidence. Opening slowly does not mean you are closed. It means you are learning to build doors instead of walls. A wall keeps everything out. A door allows you to choose what enters. You can have a door. You can open it with wisdom. You can close it when something crosses the line of respect. You can welcome love without giving away the ability to protect yourself. I choose a future where I do not have to disappear to belong. Belonging should not cost your voice. It should not require you to laugh when something hurts. It should not require you to agree with everything, carry everything, or make yourself smaller so no one feels challenged by your presence. You belong as a whole person, with preferences, with needs, with quiet days, with strong feelings, with changing dreams, with limits, with gifts that do not need to be hidden. There are spaces where your honesty will not make you unwanted. There are people who will not see your growth as a threat. There are communities where your presence will be valued without constant performance. You may not have found all of them yet. That does not mean they do not exist. Begin creating that kind of belonging within yourself. Do not exile your own feelings. Do not silence your own truth. Do not abandon your body when it asks for rest. Let yourself belong to yourself first. From there, you will recognize the places where you can remain whole. I trust that this open space is teaching me what I truly value. Loss clears away more than a person or plan. It can clear away old habits, old identities, old ideas about what you must accept. At first, you may only feel what is gone. Later, you may begin noticing what has become clear. You value consistency. You value peace. You value being able to speak without fear. You value mutual effort. You value a life that has room for rest. You value love that feels honest in ordinary moments. These truths may have been hidden while you were focused on keeping the old structure standing. Now you can see them. Let the space teach you. Notice what you do not miss. Notice what became easier after the ending. Notice where your body has started to soften. Notice which parts of yourself are returning. This does not mean you must feel grateful for pain. It means pain does not get to live. Eve, without giving you wisdom, You can use what you learn to create a life that fits more closely. You can make choices that honor the values now becoming clear. I am not being punished by this change. When life changes suddenly, the heart may search for a reason. It may wonder whether you did something wrong. It may believe the loss is proof that you were careless, unworthy, or not spiritual enough. You are not being punished. Life is not creating a list of your mistakes and removing love each time you fail. You are human. You are learning. You are allowed to have made choices you would not make now. You are allowed to have trusted people who could not meet that trust. You are allowed to have stayed because you hoped. The ending does not mean you failed a hidden test. Sometimes things change because people change. Sometimes timing changes. Sometimes the truth becomes visible. Sometimes life moves in a direction that cannot be fully explained. You can stop turning every loss into a judgment against yourself. You can let change be change, painful, real, unwanted, but not punishment. You are still deserving of good. You are still allowed to expect kindness. You are still part of life. I make room for relief without feeling guilty. There may be relief inside your grief. Perhaps you no longer have to wait for the next disappointment. Perhaps you no longer have to explain the same need. Perhaps you no longer have to carry a plan that had become too heavy. Relief can bring guilt. You may think feeling lighter means you did not care. That is not true. You can care deeply and still feel relief when struggle ends. You can miss someone and still breathe more freely without the uncertainty. You can mourn a dream and still recognize how tired you became while pursuing it. Relief is information. It may show you where the burden was greater than you admitted. Let yourself feel it. You do not have to push it away in order to prove loyalty to the past. Your body may know before your mind that something has ended for a reason. Listen with kindness. Relief does not erase love. It gives the exhausted parts of you a place to rest. I allow better to mean peaceful, not perfect. The idea of something better can create pressure. You may imagine a perfect relationship, perfect work, perfect future, or perfect version of yourself. Then every ordinary new beginning may seem too small. Better does not need to mean perfect. Better can mean honest. Better can mean mutual. Better can mean your needs are not mocked. Better can mean you sleep without carrying someone else's confusion. Better can mean a quieter job where your energy remains your own. Better can mean fewer people and more real connection. Better can mean learning to enjoy your own company. Better can mean knowing when to leave. Better can mean asking for help. Better can mean a life with enough room to breathe. Do not make perfection the new door you must chase. You are not searching for a life without difficulty. You are creating a life where difficulty does not require self-abandonment. Peaceful is enough. Steady is enough. True is enough. Something better is coming closer each time you choose what is kind, clear, and real. I release the version of me that believed suffering proved devotion. You may have believed that staying through pain showed how deeply you loved. You may have believed that giving more would eventually make someone give back. You may have believed that endurance would be rewarded with security. But suffering is not the measure of devotion. Love can be loyal without becoming self-destruction. Commitment can be deep without ignoring harm. Patience can be beautiful without becoming endless permission for the same wound. You are allowed to stop calling exhaustion love. You are allowed to stop calling fear loyalty. You are allowed to stop proving your heart through how much pain it can hold. Your heart deserves another way, a way where care moves in both directions, a way where effort is shared, a way where love supports life instead of consuming it. The version of you who endured everything was trying to keep love alive. Thank that version, then let it rest. You do not need to suffer in order to be sincere. I trust that my next chapter can begin quietly. Not every beginning arrives with a sign. Some beginnings happen when you decide not to send the message. Some happen when you sleep through the night for the first time in weeks. Some begin when you clean a small corner of your room. Some begin when you hear your own laughter and realize it has returned. Some begin when you stop telling the old story to yourself. Your next chapter may already be opening through small choices. Do not wait for a dramatic moment before believing change is real. A quiet shift can redirect an entire life. A boundary can become a doorway. A restful morning can become a new rhythm. A single honest thought can loosen a belief you carried for years. You are already beginning. The fact that you are listening differently is a beginning. The fact that you want peace is a beginning. The fact that you can imagine something better is a beginning. Let it be quiet. Quiet does not mean weak. Seeds begin in darkness. Roots begin without applause. Your new life does not need an audience while it learns how to grow. I am ready to meet the person I become when I no longer chase what left. There is a version of you beyond the waiting, beyond the checking, beyond the hope that depends on someone else changing. This version is not cold, it is not bitter, it has not stopped caring. It has learned where care belongs. It knows that love should include the self. It knows that peace is not a small desire. It knows that being chosen means little if you must abandon yourself to remain chosen. You are meeting this version slowly. Each time you return your attention to your own life, you meet them. Each time you speak honestly, you meet them. Each time you rest instead of chasing, you meet them. Each time you allow a closed door to remain closed, you meet them. You do not need to become this person through force. They are already forming inside your choices. Let your breath move freely. Feel the quiet strength gathering beneath the surface. You are not empty. You are making room. You are not forgotten. You are returning. You are not losing your future. You are loosening your grip on the future that could not carry you, so another future can come closer without having to fight through everything you were afraid to release. There is a strange feeling that comes after something important leaves your life. It can feel like standing inside a room after everything has been moved. The walls are still there. The window is still there. The floor still holds you. But the room sounds different now. Your own footsteps seem louder. The silence feels wider. You notice marks where something used to stand. You see dust gathered around the shape of what was once familiar. Light reaches places that were hidden for a long time. At first, you may not see possibility. You may only see absence. You may look at the empty part and think something valuable has been taken from you. You may believe the room has lost its purpose because it no longer looks the way it did before. But a room is not ruined because it has changed. It is simply revealing itself again. It is showing you how much space was occupied. It is showing you what could not be seen while everything was crowded. It is showing you where the light was blocked. Your heart can feel this way too. When a person, plan, dream, or old identity leaves, the space may feel too large. You may want to fill it immediately. You may want noise, attention, answers, movement, or anything that makes the emptiness feel less clear. But there is wisdom in not rushing. There is wisdom in standing gently inside the open space. There is wisdom in noticing what is now possible. You do not have to replace what was removed with something that looks almost the same. You do not have to rebuild the same life with a different name. You do not have to bring another heavy thing into the room simply because the silence feels unfamiliar. You are allowed to let the space breathe. You are allowed to discover what it needs. Perhaps it needs softness. Perhaps it needs truth. Perhaps it needs fewer promises and more steady actions. Perhaps it needs a window opened to air that could not enter before. Perhaps it needs nothing at all for a while. Not every empty place is waiting to be filled. Some empty places are waiting to be understood. You may begin to notice that the old room was crowded with more than love. It may have held waiting. It may have held worry. It may have held conversations you kept having inside your mind. It may have held the constant work of trying to keep everything from falling apart. It may have held your fear of being honest. It may have held your habit of making yourself smaller so the space could remain comfortable for someone else. Now that those things are being moved, you may feel exposed. You may not know what to do with all the space where worry once lived. You may not know who you are when you are no longer solving the same problem. You may not know how to spend the energy that used to go toward waiting, explaining, proving, or hoping. This is normal. Your life is learning a new shape. The quiet may feel uncomfortable before it feels peaceful. The open floor may look empty before it looks free. The new light may feel too bright before your eyes adjust. Give yourself time. You are not expected to understand the new room immediately. You are not expected to decorate it with a perfect future. You are not expected to know which direction your life will take simply because something has ended. You only need to remain present. You only need to notice what no longer needs to be carried. You only need to stop bringing every old piece back inside because you are afraid of seeing the floor. There may be things you kept because they reminded you of hope. There may be beliefs you carried because releasing them felt like admitting defeat. There may be memories you held so tightly that your hands had no space to receive anything new. You can set them down without denying their meaning. You can place them gently outside the room of your daily life. You can say, "This was part of me, but it does not need to stand in the center anymore." The center belongs to you now. Your peace can stand there. Your voice can stand there. Your needs can stand there. The person you are becoming can walk freely through that space without bumping into the same old fear. Sometimes loss reveals how long you had been living around something. You adjusted your steps. You avoided certain questions. You learned which parts of yourself caused tension. You became skilled at moving carefully. You may not have realized how much of your life was shaped by keeping one unstable thing in place. Now the room is open. You do not have to move carefully in the same way. You can stretch. You can take a full breath. You can sit with your thoughts without preparing for someone else's reaction. You can hear your own needs before another voice tells you what should matter. This freedom may not feel exciting yet. It may feel quiet. It may feel lonely. It may feel like nothing is happening. But quiet change is still change. A room does not need to be full in order to be alive. A heart does not need constant attention in order to be worthy. A life does not need to look busy in order to be growing. Some of the deepest growth happens while nothing seems to be arriving. You are learning what fits. You are learning what peace sounds like. You are learning the difference between emptiness and openness. Emptiness says something is missing and must be replaced. Openness says something has ended and now there is room to choose. Emptiness feels like a demand. Openness feels like permission. The same space can become either oh, nay, depending on how gently you meet it. You do not need to force yourself to see the space as beautiful. You can begin by seeing it as safe. Safe enough to stand in, safe enough to rest in. safe enough to leave unfilled until your heart becomes clearer. You may notice old habits trying to return. The mind may bring back the same worries and place them in familiar corners. It may tell you that nothing better will come. It may tell you that you should have accepted less. It may tell you that the empty room is proof you asked for too much. These thoughts are old furniture. You do not have to bring them back inside. You can notice them at the door. You can remember how much space they took. You can choose not to carry them over the threshold. You are creating a different atmosphere now. Not perfect, not always calm, simply more honest. You are learning that peace needs room, respect needs room. A clear yes needs room. A clear no needs room. The future needs room to become something you have not seen before. Something better cannot enter a life that has no space because every corner is still being saved for what left. This does not mean you erase the past. It means you stop arranging your whole life around its possible return. It means you allow the empty place to become available. It means you stop treating the space as a wound that must remain open to prove how deeply you cared. Your care has already been proven. Your heart has already shown what it can give. Now let your heart show that it can protect itself too. Let it keep the space clear. Let it wait for something that arrives with enough care to deserve the room. You do not have to accept the first familiar feeling that appears. You do not have to mistake attention for love. You do not have to mistake intensity for depth. You do not have to mistake being wanted for being valued. The room has taught you to look more closely. The room has taught you that what enters matters. It has taught you that some things can be beautiful and still take too much from you. It has taught you that some promises can fill the air while leaving the heart alone. It has taught you that belonging should not require constant effort to remain believable. This wisdom is part of the space now. It stands beside you. It helps you choose. It reminds you that the next thing does not need to be allowed in simply because it knocks. You can listen first. You can notice how your body responds. You can ask whether the new presence brings clarity or creates the same old confusion. You can ask whether you are being welcomed as you are or slowly shaped into someone easier to ignore. You can move slowly enough to hear the truth. There is no rush. A room that has been emptied is not asking to be filled by morning. It can remain open. It can collect light. It can become familiar in its new shape. And one day you may enter that same inner room and realize the silence no longer frightens you. You may notice that your breath has become easier. You may notice that the marks on the floor have begun to fade. You may notice that you no longer look toward the doorway, expecting the past to return. You may begin to imagine something different, not because you are trying to replace what was, because you finally have enough space to see what you truly want. That is when the room becomes more than empty. It becomes yours. Take a quiet moment and ask yourself, what do I want this new space in my life to feel like? Not what should it contain, not who should enter it. What should it feel like? Peaceful, honest, warm, steady, free, safe. Let the feeling come before the form. You do not have to know what will create it yet. Begin by knowing the atmosphere you want to live inside. Let that understanding guide what you allow near you. Let it guide the words you accept. Let it guide the work you choose. Let it guide the way you speak to yourself when the night becomes quiet. The space is listening. Your life is listening. And each gentle choice is teaching the open room what kind of future belongs there. I no longer make myself smaller to keep something close. You may have learned to reduce your needs because you were afraid honesty would create distance. You may have spoken more softly than you wanted. You may have accepted unclear answers. You may have hidden your disappointment so another person would not feel uncomfortable. Perhaps you told yourself that love required endless understanding. Perhaps you believed that if you were patient enough, easy enough, useful enough, or quiet enough, you would finally feel secure. But closeness that depends on your disappearance is not true closeness. You are allowed to take up honest space. You are allowed to have feelings that cannot be made neat for someone else. You are allowed to ask questions. You are allowed to expect an answer. You are allowed to remain fully present inside your own life. You do not need to bend so far that you forget your natural shape. You do not need to remove every part of yourself that another person does not know how to meet. The right connection will not require less of you. It will make room for more truth. You can remain kind without becoming invisible. You can remain loving without agreeing to carry everything. You can remain open without leaving yourself unprotected. I welcome relationships where care moves in both directions. You know what it feels like to give. You know how to listen. You know how to notice changes in someone's voice, remember small details, and offer comfort before anyone asks. Your care is a gift, but a gift should not become a duty that only moves in one direction. You're allowed to receive attention too. You're allowed to be asked how you feel. You're allowed to be supported without first reaching a breaking point. You're allowed to know that someone will notice when you become quiet. Mutual care does not mean everything is always equal in every moment. There will be days when one person carries more. There will be seasons when another needs extra support. But over time, care should move. It should return. It should not leave you standing alone with your arms full while someone else becomes used to being carried. You are ready for connection that remembers you, connection that listens to your truth, connection that does not make your deepest needs feel like an inconvenience. You are ready to be met, not rescued, not completed, met. I give my trust to actions that remain steady. Beautiful words can create hope. Promises can make the future feel close, but trust grows through what continues after the moment has passed. Trust grows when words are followed by action. Trust grows when someone remains honest, even when honesty is uncomfortable. Trust grows when care does not disappear after it receives what it wanted. You are allowed to stop building your future on words alone. You can listen to what someone says and still watch what they do. You can enjoy a promise without making it your foundation before time has given it roots. You can let consistency reveal the truth. This is not suspicion. It is wisdom. You are not asking someone to be perfect. You are noticing whether they are present. You are noticing whether they repair what they damage. You are noticing whether the same apology is followed by the same wound. You are noticing whether their care remains when you stop performing. Your trust is valuable. It deserves more than intensity. It deserves steadiness. I choose peace that does not need to be earned through struggle. Perhaps you became used to peace arriving only after conflict. A warm moment came after hours of fear. Kindness came after distance. Attention came after you began to leave. Relief came after you had been pushed beyond what you could comfortably hold. That pattern can make struggle feel like the doorway to love. But peace does not need pain to become meaningful. You do not need to suffer first in order to deserve softness. You do not need to prove your loyalty through exhaustion. You are allowed to receive calm without waiting for the next storm. You are allowed to believe a good day is simply a good day. You are allowed to rest inside steadiness instead of searching for hidden danger. Peace can come before conflict. Care can exist without fear. Love can speak clearly before you are forced to ask. A healthy life does not need to hurt you before it holds you. I am open to opportunities that respect my energy. Not every open door is meant for you. Some doors lead into rooms where your gifts are used but your spirit is ignored. Some opportunities praise your effort while quietly demanding all of you. Some paths look impressive from the outside but leave no room for your body, your relationships, your quiet, or your joy. You are allowed to consider the full cost. You are allowed to ask whether an opportunity supports the life you truly want. You're allowed to say no to something others would call successful. You are allowed to choose work that leaves enough of you for your own life. Your energy is part of your wealth. Your attention is valuable. Your time is not an endless supply that must be offered to every demand. You can create. You can contribute. You can grow. And you can still protect the parts of your life that make success worth having. The better opportunity will not always be the loudest one. It may be the one where your breath remains easy. It may be the one where your value does not depend on constant overwork. It may be the one that allows you to become more of yourself instead of less. I release the need to be chosen by what cannot see me clearly. Being chosen can feel powerful. It can seem to settle every fear. But being chosen by the wrong person, place, or path can become another kind of loss. You can be chosen for what you provide while remaining unseen for who you are. You can be chosen because you are easy to control. You can be chosen because you are willing to accept less. You can be chosen for the role you play rather than the truth you carry. You do not need every choice to favor you. You need the right places to recognize you clearly. You need spaces that see your strength and your tenderness. You need people who do not only value the version of you that never asks for anything. You need work that respects the human being behind the effort. You are no longer asking, "Will they choose me?" You are also asking, "Can I remain myself here? Can I breathe here? Can I speak honestly here? Can I grow here without becoming afraid that growth will cost me belonging?" These questions are part of your freedom. I am worthy of love that does not leave me guessing. Confusion can become a habit. You may spend so much time reading small signs that you forget love can speak plainly. You may believe that uncertainty is part of every deep connection. You may search for hidden meaning because direct care has not been familiar. But love does not need to keep you in constant doubt. It does not need to vanish in order to become valuable. It does not need to offer warmth and remove it so you will try harder. You are worthy of a connection where words and actions make sense together. You are worthy of a love that allows your body to settle. You are worthy of knowing where you stand. You are worthy of being able to ask without fearing punishment. Clear love may feel less dramatic. It may not create the same emotional rush. It may feel almost too simple at first. Let it be simple. Let it teach you that certainty can be tender. Let it show you that peace is not a lack of passion. Peace is what allows love to grow without fear controlling the roots. I stop treating inconsistency as a challenge I must win. When someone becomes distant, you may feel the old urge to work harder. You may think of the right words, the right timing, the right version of yourself that could bring their attention back. Inconsistency can awaken the part of you that wants to prove you are worth staying for. But another person's uncertainty is not a test of your value. You do not have to solve it. You do not have to compete with their fear, their past, their distractions, or their unwillingness to be present. You can notice the pattern. You can name how it affects you. You can make a choice that protects your heart. There is no prize for becoming skilled at surviving mixed signals. There is no deeper love waiting at the end of endless confusion simply because you endured it well. You are not here to win consistency from someone who repeatedly chooses absence. You are here to build a life where your energy is met with honesty. I allow support to reach me without guilt. You may be comfortable giving and uncomfortable receiving. Perhaps help once came with conditions. Perhaps support was later used against you. Perhaps you learned that needing anyone made you weak, so you carried more. You became the reliable one. You answered before asking. You gave before allowing yourself to notice that you were tired. But support does not always create debt. Kindness does not always hide a demand. There are people who can give because they care. There are moments when allowing help is an act of trust. You do not have to carry everything alone to prove you are strong. Strength can include opening your hands. Strength can include saying, "I cannot do all of this by myself." Strength can include receiving a meal, a kind message, useful advice, or quiet company. You are still capable when you receive support. You are still independent when you allow connection. You are not taking too much simply because someone offers care. Let yourself be helped in small ways. Let your life show you that support can be safe. I no longer call emotional exhaustion love. Love may ask for effort. It may ask for patience, honesty, forgiveness, and growth. But it should not require constant emotional survival. It should not leave you empty after every conversation. It should not make rest feel impossible. It should not keep your body prepared for the next withdrawal, accusation, or silence. Exhaustion is not proof that you care deeply. It may be proof that you carried too much alone. You can care without carrying another person's full responsibility. You can love without becoming their only source of stability. You can remain compassionate while admitting that a pattern is hurting you. You can stop before your whole life becomes organized around someone else's unrest. Your heart was not made only to endure. It was also made to experience joy. It was made to feel safe. It was made to receive. I trust calm connection even when it feels new. You may feel uncertain when someone does not create the same emotional highs and lows. You may wonder whether calm means there is no depth. You may miss the rush of being unsure, then suddenly reassured. That rush can feel powerful because the body has been waiting for relief. But relief from fear is not always the same as love. Calm connection may grow quietly. It may be built through ordinary messages, kept promises, thoughtful questions, and steady presence. It may not make you lose sleep. It may not make you constantly wonder what comes next. It may feel almost unfamiliar because your body is not being pulled between hope and fear. Give calm a chance. Let trust grow slowly. Let consistency become attractive. Let being respected feel more powerful than being pursued only when you begin to leave. You do not need chaos to feel alive. Your heart can learn another rhythm. I am ready for doors that open without asking me to break myself down. Some doors seem to open only after you prove how badly you want them. You may be asked to accept disrespect, endless delay, unfair effort, or silence because you believe the reward will make the struggle worth it. But not every difficult path is meaningful. Not every closed door is asking you to push harder. Sometimes it is showing you that another entrance exists. Sometimes it is protecting you from a room where you would have spent years trying to earn basic belonging. You are allowed to stop knocking. You are allowed to step back. You are allowed to notice a path beside you that was hidden while your attention remained fixed on one locked door. The right opening may still ask for courage, but it will not demand that you destroy your self-respect before entering. It will not ask you to crawl toward what should meet you standing. You can walk toward your future with dignity. I release every promise that has no living action behind it. A promise can remain in the heart for a long time. You may remember what someone said they would become. You may hold the future they described. You may remain connected to their potential even while their present choices continue to hurt. But potential is not a relationship. A future promise is not present care. You are allowed to look at what is real now, not what could happen if everything changes, not what someone might become if they finally face themselves. What is real now? How are you being treated now? How does your body feel now? What pattern has continued despite every beautiful word? Reality is not cruel. Reality is clear. It gives you something solid to choose from. You can release a promise without calling yourself hopeless. You are not giving up on love. You are giving up on using words as a replacement for love. I believe the life meant for me will recognize my full presence. You do not have to arrive as a perfect version of yourself. You do not have to hide your uncertainty. You do not have to wait until you are completely confident, completely healed, completely successful, or completely free of fear. The life that fits you will have room for your humanity. It will not only celebrate your bright days, it will allow your quiet days too. It will not only value what you produce, it will notice who you are when you are resting. It will not demand endless strength. It will respect your tenderness. You are allowed to be so beloved while still learning. You are allowed to belong while still becoming. You are allowed to enter the next chapter without having every part of yourself repaired and ready. You are not a project waiting to become acceptable. You are a person worthy of being met now. I choose people who can celebrate my growth. Some people feel safe only when you remain in the role they understand. When you become clearer, they may call you difficult. When you create boundaries, they may say you have changed. When you stop carrying everything, they may accuse you of caring less. But growth changes relationships. It shows you who loved your truth and who loved your lack of boundaries. You are allowed to choose people who are not threatened by your healing, people who do not need you to remain wounded so they can feel needed, people who do not punish your confidence, people who can be happy when your life becomes wider, people who respect the new voice you are learning to use. Your growth is not betrayal. Becoming healthier is not rejection. You do not owe anyone the smaller version of yourself simply because that version made them comfortable. You can move forward with love. Those who can meet you there will not ask you to turn back. I give myself permission to expect kindness. Maybe kindness once felt like a bonus, something wonderful when it appeared, but not something you believed you could require. Perhaps you accepted harsh words because the person also had good qualities. Perhaps you accepted neglect because they sometimes showed care. Perhaps you believed expecting kindness made you unrealistic. But kindness is not perfection. It is not agreement in every moment. It is the way truth is delivered. It is the way conflict is handled. It is the choice not to use another person's tender places as weapons. You can expect kindness in love. You can expect kindness in friendship. You can expect kindness in the way you speak to yourself. This does not mean you avoid every hard truth. A kind truth can still be painful, but it will not try to destroy your dignity. It will not leave you afraid to speak. You are allowed to build a life where kindness is normal. I do not need to compete for what is freely given in the right place. Competition can make you believe love is scarce. You may compare yourself with another person. You may wonder who is more beautiful, more successful, more interesting, or easier to love. You may believe you need to win attention before it moves elsewhere. But love that is right for you is not a prize you take from someone else. Belonging is not created by defeating another person. Your value does not become greater when someone else is rejected. You do not need to prove you are the best option. You need to be honest about who you are and notice where that truth is welcomed. The right connection will not require constant comparison. The right path will not ask you to become a copy of someone who succeeded before you. Your life has its own shape. Your gifts have their own language. You are not late because someone else has arrived. You are not forgotten because another person is being celebrated. There is room for your life too. I release the habit of waiting for permission to move forward. You may still be waiting for an apology. You may be waiting for someone to admit what happened. You may be waiting for a sign that it is acceptable to stop caring in the old way. But your life does not need to remain on hold. You can move without anger. You can move without having every answer. You can move while part of you still feels tender. Forward movement does not mean the past no longer matters. It means the past is no longer allowed to decide every new step. You can begin a new routine. You can make a plan. You can open yourself to another possibility. You can laugh without guilt. You can enjoy a day without asking whether you have healed enough to deserve it. You are allowed to live before closure becomes perfect. You are allowed to choose yourself without being released by anyone else. I trust what leaves when I finally tell the truth. Truth changes things. When you stop pretending to be comfortable, some connections may become uneasy. When you say what you need, someone may move away. When you stop overgiving, a relationship may reveal how much it depended on your exhaustion. This can hurt, but what leaves because you became honest may not have been able to hold your truth. Your honesty did not destroy what was healthy. It revealed what was fragile. You do not need to regret becoming clear. You do not need to return to silence in order to keep what only survives through silence. The loss may feel real. The freedom is real too. Truth creates space for what can remain without pretending. It creates space for connection that does not fear your voice. It creates space for a life that can meet the person you actually are. I stop turning someone's distance into a reason to chase harder. Distance can create panic. The mind may say you must act quickly before the connection disappears. You may feel pulled toward messages, explanations, or promises that do not reflect what you truly need. But distance is also information. It can show you what someone chooses when they are not being pulled closer by your effort. Let the truth appear. Do not rush to cover every silence. Do not fill every empty space with your own energy. Let another person reveal their willingness. Let them step forward. Let them show whether care exists without being managed by you. You are not playing a game. You are allowing reality to become visible. You deserve to know what remains when you stop doing the work for both sides. I welcome love that feels like room to breathe. Love should not feel like a constant emergency. It should not make your heart race from fear more often than it opens from joy. It should not require you to study every message. It should not make you afraid that one wrong word will end everything. Love can feel spacious. It can allow silence without punishment. It can allow time apart without creating fear. It can allow differences without threatening the bond. It can create enough room for two full people. You do not have to become the same person to remain close. You do not have to surrender your private thoughts, your friendships, your dreams, or your quiet. Love can come near without taking over every part of your life. You are ready for closeness that includes air. You are ready for warmth that does not become a cage. I accept that what fits me now may be different from what once attracted me. You are changing. Your heart is learning. Your body is becoming more honest about what feels safe. What once felt exciting may now feel tiring. What once felt mysterious may now feel unclear. What once felt like passion may now reveal how often you were afraid. This does not mean you have lost your ability to love. It means your understanding of love has grown. You may now be attracted to calm voices, to people who answer clearly, to places where you are not required to prove your value, to work that lets you sleep, to friendships that do not depend on drama. Let your desires change. You do not have to remain loyal to an old version of what you thought happiness looked like. You can want something gentler. You can want something true. I am ready to receive without wondering when it will be taken away. This may be one of the deepest fears you carry, the fear that good things do not stay, the fear that if you relax, loss will surprise you, the fear that joy must be watched carefully because disappointment is always near. This fear may have kept you alert. It may have tried to protect you from being caught unprepared. But constant preparation for loss can prevent you from living inside what is here. You are allowed to receive a kind moment fully. You are allowed to enjoy what is real today. You are allowed to let love reach you without asking it to prove the future. Nothing in life comes with perfect control, but you can still be present. You can still receive. You can know that even if life changes, you will remain with yourself. You are not safe because nothing will ever leave. You are becoming safe because you no longer leave yourself when change comes. Let that sink in. You are not building a life where loss is impossible. You are building a relationship with yourself that loss cannot destroy. You are learning to stay. You are learning to listen. You are learning to hold your own heart without turning against it. That is why you can risk receiving. That is why you can let good come close. I release the belief that I missed my only chance. Loss can make one person, one opportunity, or one path look like the final door. You may believe that nothing else will feel as meaningful. You may think time has passed. You may believe you will never feel that kind of hope again. But your life is wider than one chance. Your heart has more than one way to experience love. Your gifts have more than one place to be useful. Your future has more than one road. The fact that you cannot see another chance does not mean it does not exist. You could not see many of the moments that shaped your past before they arrived. The future is allowed to hold surprises too. You are not too late for peace. You are not too late for meaningful work. You are not too late for steady love. You are not too late to begin living in a way that feels honest. I am available for what chooses me clearly and treats me gently. You are no longer asking only for attention. You are asking for clarity. You are no longer asking only for desire. You are asking for respect. You are no longer asking only for an open door. You are asking whether the room behind it supports your life. This is a deeper kind of readiness. You are ready to be chosen clearly, not hidden, not kept uncertain, not remembered only when someone feels lonely. You are ready for care that is gentle in ordinary moments. Care that does not need a crisis to become visible. care that can hold your truth without turning it into a problem. You are ready because you have begun treating yourself this way. Each time you honor a boundary, you choose yourself clearly. Each time you rest, you treat yourself gently. Each time you leave confusion unanswered instead of chasing it, you become the kind of safety you have been seeking. This is the emotional turning point. You are no longer waiting for someone else to make your life feel chosen. You are choosing the life that can hold you. You are choosing peace. You are choosing truth. You are choosing the future that does not ask you to disappear. What you lost made space. And now you understand that the space is not asking for a copy of what left. It is asking for something better fitted to the person you have become, something more honest, something more mutual, something that does not confuse pain with depth, something that can come closer because you are finally willing to stop protecting the place where the old pattern used to live. If you are still wondering whether you deserve this kind of peace, you do. You always have. You did not need to suffer enough to earn it. You did not need to become perfect to receive it. You do not need to prove that you have completely moved on. Peace is allowed to meet you in the middle. Love is allowed to find you while you are still learning to trust. A better life is allowed to begin while some parts of you are still tender. You are ready enough. You are worthy now. And you no longer need to beg the past to return before you allow the future to approach. Let everything become quieter now. There is nothing you need to solve in this moment. No decision needs to be made. No answer needs to be found. No future needs to be understood. Let the words become softer around you. Let your body know that this moment is not asking anything from you. You have carried enough for today, the surface beneath. H.E. you is holding your weight. You do not need to hold yourself above it. You can let yourself be supported. Notice your natural breath. There is no need to change it. Your breath has been moving through you all this time, even while you were thinking, even while you were remembering, even while parts of you were trying to understand what happened. Your breath remained. Let it be simple, air entering, air leaving, life continuing quietly. Your eyes may soften. The small muscles around them no longer need to search the dark for answers. They no longer need to read old words. They no longer need to look toward a door that has already closed. Let your eyes become still. Let the space behind them grow calm. Your forehead may have been holding thoughts that had nowhere to go. Questions. Possible conversations. Old images. Plans that no longer belong to the life ahead. You do not have to push those thoughts away. Let them become distant. Let them move toward the edge of your awareness. They can remain unanswered tonight. Everything can wait. Your jaw may have held words you never said. It may have held anger you believed you were not allowed to feel. It may have held the effort of appearing fine. Let your mouth rest. Let your teeth separate naturally. There is nothing you need to explain. There is no one you need to convince. The truth does not become less true because you are quiet. Your throat may remember the times you swallowed what you needed to say, the times you chose peace outside yourself by creating tension within. Let that part of you feel more space. Your voice is still yours. It will be there when you need it. Tonight, it can rest. Your neck does not need to hold every direction at once. It does not need to keep looking backward while trying to move forward. Let it be supported. Let the weight of your head become easier. You have been thinking so much. You have been carrying so many versions of what might have happened. Now the mind can loosen its grip. The shoulders may have lifted around fear without you noticing. They may have carried responsibility that never belonged only to you. Let them lower in their own time. Not because you are forcing them, because they no longer need to prepare for another demand. You are safe here. Nothing is entering this moment to take more from you. Your arms may feel heavy. Let that heaviness be welcome. They do not need to reach for what is gone. They do not need to hold a connection in place. They do not need to carry another person's emotional weight. Your arms can remain close to you. They can belong to your own body. Your hands may slowly become softer. The fingers do not need to check. They do not need to type the message. They do not need to search for proof. They do not need to grip the future. Let your hands be empty. Empty hands are not a sign that you have nothing. They are hands that can finally rest. They are hands that will be able to receive when something worthy arrives. For now, they need nothing. The chest may still hold a tender ache. Do not ask it to disappear. Do not measure whether it has become smaller. Simply notice that your heart is still moving beneath it. Your heart did not stop when something ended. It continued, quietly, faithfully. It kept carrying life through you. Let your chest have more room around the feeling. The ache can be present without filling every part of you. There is breath around it. There is warmth around it. There is a whole body around it. You are larger than this pain. Your heart is not only the place where loss is felt, it is also the place where new peace can begin. Let that truth rest gently within you. You do not need to force belief. You only need to leave a little room for it. Your breath may become slower on its own. Let it choose its own rhythm. There is nothing to count. There is nothing to perform. Your body already knows how to breathe. It knows how to continue without your control. You can trust this small wisdom. The stomach may have held fear before your mind found words for it. It may have tightened when the phone became quiet. It may have held uncertainty through long days. Let the area around your belly become less guarded. You are not waiting for bad news now. You are not preparing for another ending. You are here. This moment is here. Let the body receive the difference. The goodbye is not happening now. The door is not closing now. The conversation is not ending now. You are remembering, but you are safe in the present. Let that sink in. The body often reacts to a memory as if the moment has returned. Offer it a new message. This is a memory. This is not happening now. I am here. I am supported. I can soften. Let those words move through you without effort. The back may be tired from carrying what no one saw. The need to be strong, the pressure to understand. The work of holding hope while also preparing for disappointment. Let your back rest against what supports it. You do not have to remain upright through every feeling. You are allowed to lean. You are allowed to be held by something as simple as a bed, a chair, or the ground. Support does not always arrive as a person. Sometimes support is the quiet surface that receives your weight without asking you to explain it. Let yourself notice that support. Let it be enough for this moment. Your hips may loosen. Your legs do not need to run toward the past. They do not need to carry you into a future before you are ready. They have brought you here. That is enough. Your knees do not need to remain prepared for another sudden change. Your lower legs can grow heavy. Your ankles can rest. Your feet do not need to know the whole road. They only need to be still now. The next step will come when it is time. You are not required to take it tonight. There is nothing you need to do right now. Everything can wait. The unanswered message can wait. The unfinished plan can wait. The future can wait. Your healing journey does not need to be completed before you rest. You are allowed to rest in the middle. You are allowed to rest while life is still unclear. You are allowed to rest before you know what is coming closer. Let your body understand that rest is not a reward. It is not something you earn after you have carried enough. It is part of how you care for yourself. It is part of how you stop leaving yourself. You remain with yourself when you allow rest. You say, I will not demand more from you tonight. You say you have done enough. You say, I am listening now. Perhaps emotion is still near. Let it be near. A tear may come. A memory may move through you. A wave of sadness may rise and slowly lower. You do not need to stop it. You do not need to follow it. Let the feeling move like warm rain across a window. You can notice it without going outside into the storm. You can remain inside, safe, supported, breathing. There may be a part of you that still wants to return. Do not fight that part. Let it sit quietly beside you. It is not your enemy. It is afraid of the open space. It believes the familiar pain may be safer than an unknown future. Speak to it gently in your own heart. You do not have to go back to be safe. You do not have to accept the old pattern to avoid being alone. You do not have to reopen the wound to prove that love mattered. We can stay here. We can move slowly. We can wait for something kinder. Let that part of you rest. It has been watching the door for a long time. It can stop watching now. If the past returns in your thoughts, let it pass without becoming a command. A thought is not a direction. A memory is not an invitation. Longing is not a decision. You can feel and remain still. You can remember and remain present. You can miss what was and still protect what is becoming. Your body is learning this. It is learning that sadness does not always require action. It is learning that silence does not always mean danger. It is learning that an empty space can remain safe. There is no need to fill the silence. Let the silence hold you. It is not the silence of abandonment. It is the silence after effort. It is the quiet that appears when you no longer have to convince anyone. It is the quiet of your own life returning. Listen without searching. There may be a soft sound around you, the distant movement of air, the small sounds of the room, the rhythm of your own breath. You are part of this moment. You have not disappeared. Your life has not forgotten you. You are still here. Let your attention settle around that simple truth. You are here. You have survived every moment that brought you to this one. You do not need to celebrate that. You do not need to turn it into a lesson. You can simply acknowledge it. You are here. The heart is moving. The breath is moving. Life is still moving, very quietly. You may notice warmth somewhere in the body, perhaps in your hands, perhaps near your chest, perhaps beneath the blanket or against the surface holding you. Let that warmth become a small place of safety. You do not need a perfect feeling. A small comfort is enough. A slightly softer breath is enough. One place in the body that feels less guarded is enough. Let comfort be small and real. You do not need to feel completely peaceful. You only need to stop demanding that you feel differently. This moment can include whatever is here: tiredness, sadness, relief, hope, nothing at all. All of it is allowed. You are not performing healing. You are experiencing your own life. Let that be simple. Your body may be ready to release effort before your mind is ready to release the story. That is okay. The body can rest while the mind is still learning. The shoulders can soften while questions remain. The hands can become still while the future is unknown. You do not need every part of you to change at the same time. Let the body lead gently. Let it show the mind that safety can begin before certainty. You are safe enough to soften a little. You are safe enough to stop preparing for the next disappointment. You are safe enough to let the night remain quiet. You are safe enough to trust that nothing meant for your future requires your fear tonight. Just breathe naturally. There is nothing else to do. The air enters without asking you to understand. The air leaves without asking you to hold on. Each breath shows a small movement of receiving and releasing. You receive what supports life. You release what the body no longer needs. There is no struggle in this rhythm, no argument, no chasing. Your breath does not run after the air that has left. It trusts another breath will come. Let your heart learn from this quiet rhythm. What leaves can leave. What is needed can still arrive. You do not have to chase the last breath. You remain open to the next one. Let that understanding rest inside you. What is gone does not need to be pulled back. What belongs with your life can meet you in the space that remains. Your breath knows how to make room. Your body knows how to receive. You are learning too. Perhaps you have been afraid that letting go would make the past meaningless. But meaning does not depend on continued pain. You can release the suffering and keep the wisdom. You can release the waiting and keep the tenderness. You can release the person and keep the part of yourself that learned how deeply it could care. You can let the body stop carrying the goodbye. The goodbye has already been spoken in one form or another. It does not need to remain active in your muscles. It does not need to remain inside your jaw. It does not need to remain in your stomach. It does not need to be repeated every night. Let the body know the moment has passed. You are not asking it to forget. You are allowing it to stop reliving. There is a difference. You can remember without returning. You can honor without reopening. You can carry love without carrying the same pain. Your body is allowed to believe this slowly. Nothing must happen all at once. The heart may release in small pieces. A softer morning, a night with less checking, a memory that passes without taking the whole day, a moment of laughter that does not create guilt. These are quiet signs. You do not need to search for them. They will come. Let your body rest before they arrive. Let your body trust that change is happening even in stillness. Beneath the earth, roots continue their work without making a sound. They do not ask the surface for applause. They do not become afraid because growth cannot yet be seen. They remain connected to what nourishes them. You have that quiet strength too. Your roots are still holding you. Even now, even in the open space, even while you are unsure what will grow next. You do not need to push upward tonight. You can remain held. You can gather strength in the dark. You can let the next season approach in its own time. There is nothing you need to do right now. The room can remain quiet. The future can remain unnamed. Your heart can remain unfinished. You are safe here. You are loved here. You are allowed to rest here. Let those truths become simple. Not promises about everything that will happen. Truths about this moment. You are supported. You are breathing. You are not required to chase. You are not required to explain. You are not required to return. Everything can wait. Let the night hold the questions. Let the silence hold the memories. Let the surface beneath you hold your body. You do not have to hold everything. If doubt still moves through you, let it move slowly. If a part of you says nothing better is coming, you do not need to argue. Let that fearful thought pass through the quiet. It is an old protector. It is speaking from what it has known. The future has not spoken yet. You can rest without deciding which voice is right. You can leave a little room for kindness, a little room for surprise, a little room for something better to come closer in a form you do not yet recognize. You do not have to reach toward it. You do not have to stay awake and watch for it. What is right for your life does not require you to guard the doorway all night. You can sleep. You can soften. You can let tomorrow introduce itself when it arrives. For now, feel the simple weight of your body. Feel how the surface receives you. Feel how the breath moves without force. Let your thoughts become fewer if they are ready. Let them remain distant if they are not. There is no test here, no perfect state to reach, no special feeling you must create. Only this moment, only your breath, only the quiet return to yourself. The goodbye can become softer now. It can move farther from the center. It can become part of the road behind you rather than the whole sky above you. You do not have to carry it. To every room. You do not have to carry it into every beginning. You do not have to carry it into sleep. Let the night be free from the work of remembering. Let the body rest. Let the heart be held by its own gentle rhythm. Let the open space remain open. Something new does not need to enter yet. Peace can be the first thing that lives there. Peace can sit quietly in the room. Peace can remain without demanding your attention. Peace can become familiar, and you can rest beside it. I am ready to live where my heart does not have to ask for the same kindness again and again. You have spent enough time trying to explain why care matters. You have spent enough nights wondering whether your needs were too much. You have tried to use the right words. You have waited for the right moment. You have made your pain smaller so someone else would not feel uncomfortable. That season can end. You are not asking for too much when you ask to be treated with care. You are not difficult because you need honesty. You are not unlovable because confusion makes you tired. You deserve a life where kindness is not something you must pull from another person. You deserve a life where respect is present before you are close to breaking. You deserve a life where your heart is not left standing outside asking to be let in. I no longer offer my deepest love to places that only receive it when it is useful. Your love has value even when it is not being used to comfort someone else. Your time matters even when you are not solving a problem. Your presence matters when you are quiet. Your heart is not a tool people can pick up when they feel alone and set down when they feel better. You are a whole person. You deserve to be known beyond what you provide. You deserve to be remembered when you are not giving. You deserve to be loved when you are resting, uncertain, learning, and simply being yourself. You no longer need to prove your goodness through how much you can carry. I give myself the loyalty I once gave to what kept hurting me. You know how to stay. You know how to hope through difficulty. You know how to give another chance. Now that loyalty can turn toward you, you can stay with yourself when sadness rises. You can stand beside your own truth when someone does not agree. You can protect your peace when the old pattern tries to return. You can stop leaving yourself in order to remain connected to something else. The loyalty you were searching for can begin within you. It can sound like this: I will listen when my body says it is tired. I will believe myself when something feels wrong. I will not trade my truth for temporary attention. I will not abandon my own heart to keep another heart near. I am no longer available for love that feels like a question with no answer. Love can have mystery. Life can have uncertainty. But care should not make you question whether you matter. You should not have to study science to know where you stand. You should not have to count the hours between moments of warmth. You should not have to lose peace each time someone pulls away. You are allowed to choose love that speaks, love that acts, love that remains clear when life becomes difficult, love that does not make your nervous system live beside a closed door. You are ready for a connection that feels real in daylight, not only beautiful in your imagination. I release every bond that asks me to betray what I know. There may have been moments when your inner voice spoke clearly. Something does not feel right. I am tired. I need more honesty. This is hurting me. And then fear spoke louder. Do not lose them. Do not ask too much. Do not ruin what you have. So you pushed your truth down and tried to continue. But truth does not disappear when it is ignored. It waits inside the body. It becomes tension. It becomes restlessness. It becomes the feeling that you are far from yourself. You do not need to live that way anymore. You can honor what you know. You can accept that a bond may be strong and still not be healthy for you. You can accept that love may exist and still not be enough to create safety. You can release what asks you to turn against your own wisdom. I am becoming someone who does not mistake longing for direction. Longing can be powerful. It can pull you toward old memories. It can make you remember the warm parts and forget the cost. It can convince you that because you miss something, you must return to it. But longing is a feeling. It is not always a path. You can feel the pull and remain where you are. You can let the ache move through you without letting it choose for you. You can say, I miss what I hoped this could become. And you can also say, I remember how I felt while waiting for it to change. Both truths matter. You are learning to make choices from the whole truth, not only the part that feels lonely tonight. I welcome the kind of peace that stays when no one is watching. There is a peace that appears when everything outside you goes well. And there is a deeper peace that begins to grow when you know you will not leave yourself. That peace is quieter. It does not depend on a message. It does not rise and fall with someone's attention. It does not disappear because a plan changes. It grows from the trust you are building with your own heart. You know you will listen. You know you will protect what matters. You know you will not keep calling pain love simply because you are afraid of being alone. That trust creates peace, not perfect peace, real peace, the kind that can remain beside sadness without being destroyed by it. I am open to love that feels steady in ordinary moments. The greatest care is not always shown through large promises. It may appear in simple ways. Someone keeps their word. Someone notices when your voice changes. Someone listens without preparing to defend themselves. Someone remembers what makes you feel safe. Someone is present when there is nothing exciting to gain. You are ready to value these quiet signs. You are ready to stop being impressed by intensity that disappears as quickly as it arrives. Steady love may not feel like a storm. It may feel like a lamp left on for you. It may feel like a door that opens without making you knock for hours. It may feel like a place where you can take off the heavy things you have carried and still be welcomed. I trust myself to walk away from what keeps asking me to doubt myself. A situation does not need to be terrible before you are allowed to leave it. You do not need a perfect reason. You do not need everyone to agree. You do not need to wait for the final painful moment that proves what you already feel. Sometimes the reason is simple. I am not peaceful here. I am not respected here. I am becoming someone I do not recognize here. That matters. You are allowed to choose your well-being before everything falls apart. You are allowed to leave a room before the air becomes impossible to breathe. Walking away is not always rejection. Sometimes it is the first honest act of returning to yourself. I no longer believe that losing something means I failed to keep it. Some things cannot be kept through effort. Some people are not ready. Some paths are meant to change. Some dreams belong to one season and not the next. You did not fail because you could not control every ending. You did not fail because love did not change someone. You did not fail because patience did not turn uncertainty into safety. Your job was never to hold everything together alone. Your job was never to carry both sides of a connection. Your job was never to become powerful enough to prevent every goodbye. You are human. You loved. You tried. And now you are allowed to stop measuring your worth by what you could not make remain. I make space for people who do not need my pain to understand my value. You should not have to disappear before someone notices your presence. You should not have to grow silent before someone asks what is wrong. You should not have to begin leaving before someone offers care. Your value is not clearer when you are suffering. Your needs do not become real only after they become unbearable. You deserve people who listen while your voice is still calm. You deserve people who believe your feelings before you are forced to prove them. You deserve people who can see the small signs, people who care before the crisis, people who understand that love is not only a response to loss. Love is attention while something is still here. I release the hope that someone else's regret will finally set me free. Perhaps part of you still imagines the moment they understand, the moment they see what they lost, the moment they return with the words you once needed. That thought may feel comforting. It may seem like their regret would prove your worth. But your freedom cannot depend on another person's awakening. They may understand one day. They may not. You can still be free. You can still move. You can still believe what happened to you without waiting for them to name it. Your healing does not need their agreement. Your future does not need their sorrow. Your worth does not become more real because someone finally learns how to see it. You can let their journey belong to them. You can take your life back now. I am ready for joy that does not arrive as relief from pain. You may have known joy mainly as the moment tension ended. The message finally came. The silence finally broke. The argument finally stopped. The fear finally became quiet. That relief can feel like joy, but there is another joy waiting for you, a joy that does not need pain to come first, a joy that begins in a peaceful morning, a joy that grows from being treated well, a joy that lives in simple trust, a joy that does not leave your body exhausted after it passes. You are ready for happiness that is not created by the temporary removal of fear. You are ready for joy that has its own roots, joy that can remain, joy that does not need to rescue you because you are no longer building your life inside constant danger. I allow myself to be deeply loved without becoming deeply afraid. Love may have become connected to fear in your mind. The more you cared, the more you feared losing. The closer someone came, the more alert you became. You may have believed that love always carries the risk of becoming broken. There is always some risk in opening your heart. But love does not have to become a daily fear. You can learn to stay present instead of living in the imagined ending. You can let trust grow from real actions. You can remember that your safety does not depend on controlling another person. Your safety grows from knowing you will remain with yourself. You can love and still have boundaries. You can open and still notice. You can care and still choose what protects your peace. I am no longer asking the past to return and tell me I was enough. You were enough before the ending. You were enough when someone failed to show care. You were enough when the plan changed. You were enough when you were left without the answer you deserved. The past cannot give you a truth that was already yours. It can only remind you of how long you waited to hear it. So hear it now. Your worth was never missing. Your goodness did not disappear. Your capacity for love was not wasted. You did not need another person's return to become complete. You do not need the old door to open before you can believe another path exists. You are enough for the life that is still becoming. I welcome a future that feels kind inside my body. Not only beautiful in pictures, not only impressive when described, kind inside your body. A future where your shoulders are not always lifted. A future where sleep does not feel like escape. A future where your stomach does not tighten each time the phone becomes quiet. A future where success does not require you to live in fear. A future where love does not turn your heart into a place of constant waiting. Let this become part of your vision, not just what the future looks like, how it feels, how you breathe inside it, how freely you speak, how easily you recognize yourself. The future that fits you will not only look good from the outside, it will allow you to feel at home within your own life. I release the need to prove that leaving was the right choice. Some days you may feel certain. Other days you may question yourself. You may remember the beautiful moments and wonder whether you gave up too soon. You may imagine what could have changed. You do not need to fight these thoughts. a difficult day does not mean your choice was wrong. Missing something does not mean you should return. Doubt does not erase what you knew when you finally chose yourself. You can let the decision remain complex. You can honor the love and still honor the reason you left. You can feel tenderness and still keep the boundary. You do not need to turn the past into a monster in order to move away from it. You only need to know that you no longer belong in the same pattern. I am ready to stop waiting for pain to give me permission to choose peace. You do not have to wait until you cannot take another step. You do not have to become empty before you rest. You do not have to be completely broken before you ask for change. Peace can be chosen earlier. It can be chosen when the pattern first becomes clear. It can be chosen when your body begins asking for relief. It can be chosen when honesty shows that something is no longer right for you. You are allowed to protect yourself before the final wound. You are allowed to act from wisdom rather than emergency. You are allowed to choose peace while there is still love in your heart. Choosing peace does not mean you never cared. It means you have begun caring for yourself too. I trust that what is right for me can meet me without making me lose my voice. You will not need to become silent to protect what is healthy. You will not need to pretend you are fine. You will not need to hide your hopes or your fears. You can speak. You can ask. You can say no. You can change your mind. You can have needs without fearing that every need will cause abandonment. The right connection may still challenge you, but it will not punish you for being real. It will make room for truth. It will allow repair. It will let both people remain human. You are ready for a life where your voice is part of belonging, not a threat to it. I am willing to let something better feel different from what I expected. The mind often searches for a better version of the same thing. A similar person who behaves more kindly. A similar path with fewer problems. A similar dream with a happier ending. But something better may not resemble what you lost. It may arrive through a direction you once ignored. It may feel calm where the old life felt exciting. It may ask you to slow down where you once rushed. It may show you that your deepest need was not the thing itself, but the feeling you believed it would bring. Love, security, belonging, freedom, purpose. These feelings can meet you through many forms. Do not make the future wear the face of the past before you are willing to recognize it. Let better be new. Let it surprise you. I choose the life that chooses my well-being too. You have spent time choosing people, choosing plans, choosing dreams, choosing paths. Now ask whether those things also choose your well-being. Does this relationship protect your dignity? Does this work respect your human limits? Does this goal allow you to remain connected to yourself? Does this environment make room for your truth? A choice should not only be about what you want. It can also be about what supports the person you are becoming. You are ready to stop chasing a life that looks right but feels wrong. You are ready to choose what lets you stay whole. This is not selfish. It is wise. It is how the future becomes a place you can truly live. I no longer confuse being needed with being loved. Being needed can feel like importance. Someone calls because they are struggling. Someone reaches for you because you know how to comfort them. Someone depends on your strength. But being needed is not always being loved. Love also cares about your rest. Love notices when giving is costing you too much. Love does not only want what you provide, it wants to know you. It wants to protect the person behind the help. You are allowed to step out of roles where your value depends on your usefulness. You are allowed to be loved when you have nothing to solve. You are allowed to be held when you are not strong. You are allowed to exist without performing a service. I am becoming a safe home for the parts of me that once felt unwanted. There may be parts of you that learned to hide. The emotional part, the uncertain part, the part that needs reassurance, the part that becomes tired, the part that does not always know what to do. You may have pushed these parts away because someone else made them feel inconvenient. Bring them closer now. Let them know there is room. You do not have to shame your need for care. You do not have to silence your sadness. You do not have to reject the younger, frightened part that still worries love will leave. You can become the place where those parts are met with patience. You can speak inwardly with warmth. You can say, I know you are afraid. I know you tried hard. I am not leaving you now. That is how safety begins. I trust that losing the wrong fit can guide me toward a truer life. Not every loss feels like guidance while it is happening. Some losses feel sharp. Some feel unfair. Some leave questions that may never receive a clear answer. You do not need to call every loss a blessing. You only need to remain open to what it can reveal. It may reveal what you truly need. It may reveal how often you were accepting less. It may reveal strength that was hidden beneath dependence. It may reveal that you can survive the ending you once feared most. It may reveal that what you lost was not the only path to the feeling you wanted. The loss does not have to become beautiful, but your life can become more honest because of what you learned. I am worthy of being met without having to disappear first. Let this rest deeply in you. You should not need to become less visible before someone notices your pain. You should not need to stop asking before someone begins giving. You should not need to walk away before someone remembers your value. You are worthy of being met while you are present, while you are speaking, while your heart is still open, while the connection still has a chance to be cared for. You are worthy of attention that is not awakened only by the fear of losing you. You are worthy of care that arrives before damage. You are worthy of someone seeing what they have while it is still in their hands. And you are worthy of giving that same care to yourself now. I believe I can be loved in a way that does not require recovery afterward. Love should not leave you constantly repairing yourself. It should not make you need days to recover from every conversation. It should not make you question your memory, your feelings, or your right to ask for more. You can be loved in a way that supports your life, in a way that helps you feel more like yourself, in a way that creates energy instead of taking all of it, in a way that brings warmth without leaving burns. Your heart does not need another lesson in surviving. It is ready for an experience of being held with care. It is ready to learn that closeness can be gentle. It is ready to know that love and peace can exist in the same place. I no longer wait outside places where my soul has already been told no. Sometimes the answer is shown through repeated action. A person does not make room. A door remains closed. An environment continues to drain you. The mind may keep waiting for a different answer, but your soul may already understand. This is not where I am meant to keep shrinking. This is not where my truth can breathe. This is not where my love is being returned. You do not have to remain outside forever. You can turn. You can notice the road that was behind you while you were focused on one entrance. You can stop asking the same place to become your home. You can carry your hope somewhere it has a chance to grow. I welcome the moment when peace feels more familiar than pain. At first, pain may feel like home because you know its rooms. You know when it rises. You know how to prepare. You know how to think inside it. Peace may feel strange because it asks you to stop being alert. But peace can become familiar. A calm morning can become normal. A clear answer can become normal. A lovey ng boundary can become normal. A relationship where you are not afraid can become normal. A life where your own needs are respected can become normal. You are teaching yourself a new home, not through force, through small choices. Each time you refuse to chase confusion, peace becomes more familiar. Each time you believe your own truth, peace becomes more familiar. Each time you rest without guilt, peace becomes more familiar. I am ready to be surprised by how much life remains for me. The future is larger than the part you can imagine tonight. There are days that have not yet carried your laughter. There are rooms where your presence will feel natural. There are people who will understand your quiet. There are moments when you will look back and realize you no longer feel pulled toward the old door. There are ideas that will return your energy. There are forms of love you have not yet experienced. There are parts of you that will become visible only after the old pattern has fully loosened. You do not need to see all of it. You only need to stop believing that life ended where something else ended. Your story is still moving. Your heart is still able to open. Your path is still making room. What you lost made space, and something better may be coming closer in a form that asks you to remain fully yourself. Let that truth rise without pressure. You do not need to make yourself believe it completely. And if a part of you doubts this, let it be here. You do not need to force belief. You can let doubt sit beside a small possibility. The possibility that your future may be kinder. The possibility that love may feel steadier. The possibility that your life may become more peaceful than the life you were afraid to lose. A small possibility is enough. It is enough to leave one window open inside your heart. It is enough to remind the future that you are willing to meet it. You are no longer begging life to return what could not remain. You are becoming ready for what can meet you, respect you, and stay honest in your presence. Imagine a piece of cloth being made slowly on a loom. Thread moves over thread. Some lines are bright, some are dark, some are pulled tight, some become loose. For a long time, you may look at one part of the pattern and believe it is the whole design. Then one thread ends. At first, the space it leaves seems like damage. The pattern looks unfinished. You may wish you could put the same thread back exactly where it was, but the cloth is still being made. A new thread can enter. A softer color can appear. A stronger line can hold the places that once felt weak. The design can change without becoming ruined. Your life is still being woven. What ended was part of the pattern. It mattered. It shaped you. But it was never the final thread. There are colors you have not seen yet. There are shapes that could not form while the old pattern kept repeating. You do not need to understand the full design tonight. You only need to trust that one missing thread does not destroy the whole cloth. The open place can become part of something new. You are not being asked to forget what was woven before. You are being invited to let the pattern continue. You may notice that the old thread still appears in your thoughts. A familiar memory, a sudden ache, a dream that brings the past close again. Let it appear, then let it move. You do not have to pull it through every new part of your life. You can allow the pattern ahead to change. You can allow new colors. You can allow stronger edges. You can allow more space. The life forming now may contain less struggle. It may contain more silence. It may contain people who do not make you question your place. It may contain a version of you who speaks sooner, rests earlier, and leaves before your spirit becomes empty. This is not the same pattern. You are not the same person weaving it. Another image may help your heart understand. Think of a compass placed too close to a strong piece of metal. The compass is not broken, but the pull around it changes the direction of the needle. It points toward what is near instead of what is true. For a long time, a person, dream, fear, or old wound may have pulled your inner direction away from yourself. You thought you were following your heart, but perhaps you were following the strongest fear, the fear of loss, the fear of being alone, the fear that there would never be another chance. Now the old pull is moving farther away. The needle may shake for a while. It may not know where to settle. That does not mean you have no direction. It means your true direction is returning. Give it time. Let it become still. Let it point toward peace. Let it point toward honesty. Let it point toward a life where you can hear your own voice. You do not need to rush into the next road. You can wait until your inner compass becomes clear. The quiet you feel now is part of that return. It is not empty silence. It is the sound of outside pressure becoming weaker. Your own truth is becoming easier to hear. Perhaps it says, I need rest. Perhaps it says, I want something mutual. Perhaps it says, I do not want to live in fear anymore. Perhaps it says, I am ready to stop calling pain my destiny. Listen, your direction does not need to be dramatic. It may begin with one simple choice tomorrow. Not checking, not answering immediately. Eating something that gives you strength. Walking outside, writing down what you know. Saying no without a long explanation. Small choices can turn the compass back toward you. You are learning that losing something does not always mean losing your way. Sometimes the loss removes what had been pulling you away from your true path. You may still feel unsure. That is all right. Uncertainty can be a clean place. It can be more honest than false certainty. It can allow you to stop pretending you know what you want when you are still listening. You are allowed not to know. You are allowed to move slowly. You are all allowed to let your future become clear through experience instead of pressure. The life ahead does not need to be planned in one night. It can arrive one honest choice at a time. You may have spent years believing that love meant holding on. Now you are learning that love can also mean releasing your grip before your hands forget how to open. You may have believed strength meant never leaving. Now you are learning that strength can mean recognizing when staying is taking you too far from yourself. You may have believed hope meant waiting forever. Now you are learning that hope can turn toward a new direction. These are not small changes. They are changes in the way you understand your own life. Let them settle slowly. You do not need to explain them to anyone tonight. You only need to feel how your body responds when you imagine living without the old pressure. Perhaps there is a little more room in your chest. Perhaps your breath moves more easily. Perhaps the future still feels unknown, but not completely dark. That is enough. Your life does not need to open all at once. It can open like morning entering through a thin space beneath a door. At first, only one line of light appears. Then the room begins to change. The objects are the same, but you can see them differently. Your pain may still be present. Your questions may still be present. But one new truth has entered. You do not have to return to what broke your peace. That truth changes the room. Another truth enters. You are allowed to expect better treatment. Another line of light. You can miss something and still move forward. Another line. Your future may hold a form of love you cannot yet imagine. The room becomes clearer, not because everything is solved, because you can finally see where you are. You are here. You are not inside the old moment. You are not standing at the old door. You are in a new room of time. This moment has not harmed you. This breath has not abandoned you. This night is not asking you to prove anything. Let your shoulders become easy. Let your hands remain still. There is no need to reach backward. The pattern is continuing. The compass is settling. The light is entering. You are being returned to yourself in ways that may feel almost too quiet to notice. Notice them anyway. Notice the moment you choose not to replay the conversation. Notice the moment you speak to yourself with more patience. Notice the moment you feel tired and allow rest instead of forcing more effort. Notice the moment you stop imagining how to be chosen and begin asking what you choose. These moments are the new pattern. They may not look powerful, but they are. They are the points where your life begins changing direction. You once believed you needed a different ending from the past. Now you are creating a different beginning. You once believed you needed someone else to give you peace. Now you are learning how to stop giving your peace away. You once believed you had to hold everything together. Now you are discovering that some things become clearer only after you stop holding them. Let that sink in. Let it rest in your heart. There is nothing you need to do right now. You are not being asked to make a promise. You are not being asked to feel ready. You are only being asked to remain near yourself. That is enough. The old part of you may still say, "What if nothing better comes?" Meet that fear with honesty. You do not know exactly what will come. No one can promise the shape of tomorrow. But you do know something now. You know you no longer want a life built around losing yourself. You know you want care that can be felt. You know you want peace that is not always being threatened. You know you want to speak and still belong. These truths can guide you even before the future arrives. Better does not begin only when a new person or opportunity appears. Better begins when your standards become kinder to your heart. Better begins when you stop returning to what asks you to suffer for basic care. Better begins when your own company becomes safer. Better begins when you believe the tired part of you. Something better is already coming closer each time your choices become more loving toward yourself. It may not yet have a face. It may not yet have a name. It may simply be a new feeling. The feeling that you no longer need to hurry. The feeling that a closed door can remain closed. The feeling that silence does not have to be filled. The feeling that your life is still yours. Let that be the beginning. You may return to earlier truths now, but hear them in a deeper way. Your value does not rise because someone stays. It becomes easier to feel when you stop giving it to uncertain hands. Your peace does not depend on knowing the future. It grows when you stop asking the past to decide what comes next. Your heart does not need to become hard. It needs to become honest. Your life does not need to replace what left. It needs room to discover what truly fits. Your sadness does not make you weak. It shows that something mattered. Your relief does not make you cruel. It shows that something was heavy. Your boundaries do not mean you stopped loving. They mean love is no longer allowed to exclude you. Your slow progress is not failure. It is the pace at which trust is returning. Your quiet is not emptiness. It is where your own voice is becoming clear. Your future is not late. It is still forming around the person you are now becoming. You can let these ideas move around you without holding them tightly. They do not need to become rules. They can become gentle reminders. You are learning. You are listening. You are changing in a way that cannot always be seen from the outside. There may be days when the old pattern returns. You may check. You may remember. You may feel the pull. Do not turn one difficult day into proof that nothing has changed. The loom can hold an old color without repeating the whole design. The compass can shake without losing north. The room can become dark at night without losing the fact that morning exists. You are allowed to have waves. You are allowed to have moments when the heart becomes tender again. You can meet those moments with less fear. You can say, "This is a feeling. It will move. I do not need to build my future from it." Then return to what is here. The breath, the body, the surface beneath you, the quiet, the small signs that you have already begun coming home. Ask yourself gently, which new truth do you want to carry into the next part of your life? Perhaps it is this: I will no longer call confusion love. Perhaps it is this: I will listen when my body asks for peace. Perhaps it is this: I can move forward without hating what I leave behind. Perhaps it is this: I deserve to be met in the truth of who I am. You do not need to choose the perfect words. Let one truth find you. Let it remain near. It can become a small light beside your next step. You are not required to see the whole road. You are only learning how to stop walking away from yourself. Let the words begin to slow now. There is less to understand, less to hold, less to follow. Your mind has done enough. Your heart has listened long enough. Now your body can move toward rest. Feel the place where your head is supported. You do not need to lift it. You do not need to remain alert. Let its weight be received. Your thoughts may still be moving. They do not need to stop at once. Let them become softer at the edges. Let them pass without being completed. A thought can begin and then fade. A memory can appear and then move away. You do not need to follow every path your mind creates. The night can hold unfinished thoughts. Feel the space around your forehead. It can become smooth. It can become open. There is no problem written there that must be solved before morning. Your eyes can rest behind closed lids. They have looked for enough signs. They have searched enough faces. They have read enough silence. They can become quiet now. Nothing important needs to be found tonight. Let the muscles around your eyes grow still. Let the darkness feel gentle. You are drifting away from effort. Softer, quieter, held by the simple rhythm of rest. Your cheeks can relax. Your mouth can become easy. Your jaw does not need to hold back words. It does not need to prepare an answer. It does not need to defend your truth. Your truth remains true while you sleep. Let your tongue rest. Let your lips become still. There is no conversation you must finish now. Your throat can soften. Your voice can sleep. Tomorrow, it will still belong to you. Tonight, silence can be kind. It can wrap around you without asking you to disappear. Feel your neck becoming less busy. It does not need to turn toward the past. It does not need to search for what is next. Let it rest in the idle. Here, now, the shoulders can lower another small amount. They have carried plans, expectations, responsibilities, feelings that belonged to other people. They can set those things down. You do not have to name every burden. The body can release effort without explaining it. Let your shoulders know that nothing is being asked of them. They do not need to stay ready. They can become heavy. They can be held. Your arms can soften from the shoulders to the elbows, from the elbows to the wrists. from the wrists into the hands. Your arms no longer need to reach. The past is not calling you to hold it. The future is not asking you to pull it closer. Your arms can rest beside you. Your hands can remain open or still. There is no need to grasp, no need to keep, no need to stop anything from leaving. Let the fingers loosen, let the palms become quiet. Your hands have done enough for today. They can receive rest now. Notice the area around your chest. There may still be emotion there. Let it remain without fear. The heart can feel and rest at the same time. You do not have to empty your heart before sleep. You do not have to become free of every ache. Your heart only needs permission to stop working on the story. The story can remain unfinished. The heart can still become calm. Feel the breath moving through the chest. No need to make it deeper. No need to count. It arrives. It leaves. Another breath follows when it is ready. Your body knows this rhythm. Receive, release, receive, release. You do not chase the breath that leaves. You trust the next one. Let that same trust touch your life. What has left can remain gone. What supports you can still arrive. You can rest between the two. Your stomach can become softer. It no longer needs to hold fear for tomorrow. Tomorrow has not arrived. Tonight is here. The room is here. The surface beneath you is here. This moment is gentle enough. Let the belly rise in its natural way. Let it lower. There is no need to control the movement. Your body is allowed to care for itself quietly. Your back can release into the support beneath it. The upper back can rest. The middle of the back can rest. The lower back can rest. You do not need to keep yourself lifted. You do not need to carry the whole story through the night. Let the surface beneath you carry more. You're allowed to lean fully into support. You do not have to earn it. Your hips can become heavy. The muscles around them can loosen. You no longer need to prepare to run toward what left. You no longer need to prepare to escape the feeling. You can remain still while the feeling passes. Your thighs can soften. Your knees can rest. The lower legs can become calm. Your ankles can let go of effort. Your feet can become warm, heavy, or simply quiet. They do not need the map tonight. They do not need to know where life goes next. No step is required. No road must be chosen. You are resting between chapters. Let the whole body become one quiet place, not perfect, not empty, simply still enough. Your mind may return with another question. Let the question float past. You do not need to answer it. Your mind may bring an old face. Let it fade. Your mind may show you a future. Let it remain only an image. Nothing needs to become real tonight. You can sleep inside not knowing. You can rest without certainty. You can become softer without losing strength. You can let yourself drift without losing your way. Your direction will still be there in the morning. For now, there is only this breath, this quiet, this body being held. I am allowed to sleep without making peace with every memory. The memories do not need to be complete. They do not need to be forgiven tonight. They do not need to be understood. They can remain where they are while you rest. You are not required to carry them into every dream. The night can place distance around them. I give the tired parts of me permission to become quiet. The part that tried to understand can rest. The part that waited can rest. The part that hoped can rest. The part that felt rejected can rest. The part that stayed strong for everyone else can rest. Nothing needs to perform now. You are safe enough to be tired. I let sleep come without asking it to fix anything. Sleep does not need to solve your life. It does not need to erase the past. It only needs to hold you for a while. It can give your mind a softer place. It can allow the body to release some of the day. It can be simple. A quiet return, a gentle lowering, a space where nothing is demanded. I trust morning to bring only the next small step, not the whole future, not every answer, only the next small step. Perhaps it will be a glass of water, a deeper breath, a clearer thought, a little less pain. That is enough. The future can come in small pieces. I no longer need to guard the door of my life while I sleep. What belongs with you does not need you to remain awake. What is right for you will not be lost because you rested. You do not need to watch. You do not need to control. You can let the night pass without standing beside every possibility. Your rest matters too. I allow the quiet to become kind around me. The quiet is not empty. It contains your breath. It contains the small sounds of the room. It contains the steady support beneath you. It contains space where no one is asking you to be different. Let the quiet become warm. Let it become wide. Let it become a place where your heart can stop defending itself. I am safe to become less attached to what once held my whole attention. Your attention can come home. It can rest in your body. It can settle in the present. It can stop traveling toward the old door. You do not need to know whether the past remembers you. You are here with yourself. That is enough for tonight. I allow my dreams to belong to the life ahead. The past has had many nights inside your mind. Tonight can become a softer space. You do not need to dream of what ended. You do not need to force a new dream either. Let the mind wander where it needs to wander. Let sleep create its own sky. You are not directing it. You are resting beneath it. I trust the darkness to hold me until light returns. Darkness is not always loss. Sometimes it is shelter. Sometimes it is the place where the eyes finally stop searching. Sometimes it is where the body remembers how to become still. Morning will come in its own time. You do not need to call it. You can rest inside the quiet before it arrives. I am moving toward peace even while I am still. There is movement that cannot be seen. The heartbeat continues. The breath continues. The body settles. The mind releases small pieces of effort. Stillness is not nothing. Rest is part of the journey. You are not falling behind while you sleep. You are caring for the life that must carry you forward. I let the future remain unopened until I am ready to meet it. You do not need to open tomorrow tonight. You do not need to imagine every possible outcome. Let tomorrow stay closed like a letter resting on a table. It will still be there when morning comes. Tonight belongs to rest. Tonight belongs to softness. Tonight belongs to the part of you that has carried enough. You are drifting now, not toward an answer, toward quiet, softer, slower, less attached to every thought. The body becoming heavy, the mind becoming distant, the past becoming farther away, the future becoming less urgent. You are here, breathing, resting, held. Nothing needs to change before you sleep. Nothing needs to return. Nothing needs to arrive. This moment can remain simple. Let sleep come closer in its own time. You do not need to reach for it. You only need to stop holding yourself away from it. The eyes are quiet. The jaw is soft. The shoulders are resting. The hands are still. The chest is moving gently. The legs are heavy. The feet are calm. Your whole body can become a quiet shore after the waves have moved away. No need to follow them. No need to ask where they went. The shore remains. You remain, and rest can settle around you. Let these final words move slowly. You do not need to remember all of them. You do not need to stay awake until the end. They can pass through the quiet and remain somewhere gentle within you. The first truth is simple. Your life is not over because something ended. A chapter closed, but the book of your days continues. A road changed, but your feet still belong to you. A dream faded, but your ability to dream remains. Your life is still moving, quietly, faithfully, beyond what you can see tonight. The second truth is this: your worth did not leave with what left. It stayed in your breath, It stayed in your voice. It stayed in the part of you that kept going. Nothing outside you carried away your value. You was still worthy of care, still worthy of honesty, still worthy of a life that feels gentle inside your heart. The third truth is this: you can release without becoming cold. You can move forward and remain tender. You can remember and still choose peace. You can protect yourself without closing every door. Your heart does not need to become hard. It only needs to become wise about where it rests. The fourth truth is this: you do not need to chase what is right for you through endless confusion. You can take loving action. You can speak. You can show interest. But you do not need to beg for basic care. You do not need to pull someone toward the truth. You do not need to force a door that keeps showing you it cannot become home. The fifth truth is this: the open space is not your enemy. It is room. Room for a calmer breath, room for a clearer choice, room for new people, new work, new meaning, and new parts of yourself. You do not need to fill it tonight. Peace can live there first. The sixth truth is this: you are becoming someone who stays with yourself. When fear rises, you remain. When sadness returns, you remain. When someone misunderstands you, you remain beside your own truth. You are learning the loyalty that creates real safety. You are no longer the person who must disappear to keep love near. The seventh truth is this: better may feel quieter than the life you once chased. Better may feel like being able to breathe. Better may feel like a clear answer. Better may feel like sleep that is not disturbed by doubt. Better may feel ordinary at first. Do not overlook it. Peace is not small. Steadiness is not boring. Kindness is not weak. The eighth truth is this: you are allowed to rest before the future becomes clear. You do not need every answer. You do not need a promise. You do not need proof tonight. Your tired mind can become quiet. Your body can be held. Tomorrow can arrive without being managed by fear. The ninth truth is this: something new can meet you without asking you to repeat the old pain. A new connection does not need to become another test. A new opportunity does not need to consume you. A new beginning does not need to look like what ended. You can meet it slowly. You can notice. You can choose. You can remain yourself. The final truth is this: what you lost made space, and something better may be coming closer. Not because pain guarantees a reward, not because every ending hides a perfect plan, but because you are becoming more able to recognize what truly fits. You are creating room through every honest choice. You are making space each time you stop returning to what drains you. You are bringing better closer each time you treat your own heart with care. Let these truths move through you once more in softer forms. Your life continues beyond this loss. There are still days waiting to know you. There are still forms of joy your heart has not touched. Here is still room for meaning. You have not reached the end of what life can offer. Your value remains untouched beneath every change. No silence can remove it. No goodbye can reduce it. No closed door can decide it. Your worth is not waiting in the past. It is here. You can remain soft without returning to harm. Tenderness can have boundaries. Love can say no. Compassion can walk away. Your gentle heart is allowed to protect its own peace. You can stop chasing and still remain open. You can rest and still be moving. You can wait without giving up. You can let life meet you instead of pulling everything toward yourself. The space around you can become peaceful. It does not need to be filled with worry. It does not need to hold old conversations. It can hold quiet. It can hold sleep. It can hold the first signs of a life becoming your own again. You are learning to stay near yourself. That is your new safety. That is your new beginning. You will not leave your heart alone in order to keep someone else. You will not silence your truth to protect a fragile connection. You will remain. Better can arrive gently. It can come without noise. It can grow slowly enough for your body to trust it. It can feel like calm. It can feel like being seen. It can feel like finally not having to fight for your place. You are allowed to rest while life keeps moving. The night can carry time forward. You do not need to push it. You do not need to watch the clock. You can sleep while tomorrow comes closer. You can become still while the future continues forming. The next good thing does not need to repeat the old wound. It can be different. It can respect the person you have become. It can meet your boundaries. It can speak clearly. It can feel steady. You can let the past become quieter. You can let the future remain open. You can let yourself rest between them. This middle place is not empty. It is where you are returning to your own life. Which line touched your heart the most? You can share it in the comments when the time feels right. Let it become a simple reminder of what you are choosing now. Peace, truth, rest, freedom, a gentler future. There is no need to answer tonight. The question can remain soft. If these words helped you feel less alone, you are welcome to join this space and return whenever your heart needs a quiet place to rest. There is no pressure, only an open door, only a place where you can breathe and remember that you do not have to carry everything alone. Now let the words become fewer, let the silence become wider. You have listened enough, you have carried enough. You have tried enough for one day. The past can remain where it is. You do not need to visit it again tonight. The future can remain unseen. You do not need to open it before morning. You are here between what ended and what begins next. This place can be quiet. This place can be safe. This place can hold you. Your body is resting. Your breath is moving. Your heart is learning that it does not need to chase. The open space is no longer only a reminder of what left. It is also room for peace, room for truth, room for a life where you do not have to beg to be met. Let your thoughts drift farther away. Let your body grow heavier. Let the night become soft around you. Nothing is missing from this moment. Nothing is required from you. You can release the day. You can release the questions. You can release the need to know when something better will arrive. It does not need to be chased through the dark. It does not need you to remain awake. What belongs with your next chapter can find its way toward a life that has finally made room. Rest now. The door behind you can stay closed, and the path ahead can wait quietly for morning.